Hello, everybody. Welcome to 5 Hours of Tech SEO. We're really happy to have you with us today. My name is Paige Hobart. I'm an SEO team director at an agency called Roast, technically based in London, but as most of you are, we're all remote working. So, hi. I'm so excited to kick off our 5-hour Tech SEO marathon today. I'm going to be hosting the first 2.5 hours, which is 3 sessions. The first session with these lovely people with me now. I'm then going to hand over to the wonderful Nick Ranger, who's going to carry on with the last few sessions to take us all the way to 5 hours of Tech SEO. So the plan for today, 5 hours, 7 sessions. So we have the wonderful Martha van Berkel right now, which we'll do in a second, followed by Aleyda Solis, then Jess Scholz. Then Nick is going to tune in from Melbourne, and she's covering things like indexing issues, future of search, JavaScript SEO, log file analysis. So much fun stuff today. There's loads and loads of stuff. And with these amazing speakers, we also have really good, knowledgeable expert guests to take part in the Q&A session as well. So loads and loads of people to talk to today. So a little bit of housekeeping and admin before we kick off. All of these sessions are being recorded. So if you miss one or want to take a break for a tea, fear not. If you've subscribed, you'll get an email and you'll be able to replay all of these videos as long as you want. Secondly, please do ask questions in the YouTube live chat. We've got people there typing away. I'll be looking from screen to screen, constantly seeing what you guys are typing. So we'll make sure that we've got lots of questions for the Q&A. If your question isn't answered, please feel free to follow our guests on Twitter and chase them and make sure they do answer your question. That's totally fine by me. And then, of course, please do use our hashtag 5 Hours of Tech SEO on Twitter. Please, if you're going to take screenshots, make sure that you make us look wonderful. That would be preferable. But without further ado, please get comfy, get a drink, and settle in for the next 5 hours of Tech SEO. So I'll let the guys introduce themselves first, and then we'll lead on with Martha. Who'd like to go first? Jeff?
Sure. I can jump in. So my name is Jeffrey Burns. I am the customer success team lead at Schema app. I've been working in the weeds with structured data and schema markup for years now. And before that, I was a digital marketer. And before even being a digital marketer, I was selling SEO services. I'm really excited to dig into some of the details around schema markup.
Yeah, and that's, well, thanks, Jeff. Hi, Arnout Hellemans. Some of you might know me on Twitter. I'm the mayonnaise logo. I love to eat oysters, but apart from that, on my day-to-day stuff, you can wake me up in the middle of the night to talk about technical SEO stuff and loads of analytics and just too much. I'm based in Amsterdam, and I'm really looking forward to this.
All right, should we jump in? I'm super jazzed to be here. My name is Martha van Berkel, and I am the CEO here at Schema app. And just doing a tech check, everyone should see my beautiful orange.
Yep, you can see.
All right. Well, I like to introduce myself with my knowledge graph because I'm a schema markup nerd. So I actually grew up in enterprise. I worked for Cisco for 14 years. I have a technical background, so I studied mathematics and engineering at a Canadian university called Queen's. I had the opportunity to attend MIT for innovation and strategy, and I'm one of the founders of Schema app. I am Canadian, and I've seen a bunch of Canadians join in, so it looks like we got some good company. I'm also a proud mom of 2 very energetic children, and I used to own an Austin Healey Sprite, and my actual car, my 1965 Austin Healey Sprite, which is pictured here, was actually a star in a movie called Losing Chase. And in fact, it was a white car that was made red just for the movie. And that movie was actually directed by Kevin Bacon. And so Kevin Bacon used to drive my car. And why I mention this is because you've now inferred that you can win the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon game. If you don't know what that is, Google it. Because I'm 2 degrees from Kevin Bacon, which makes you now 3 degrees from Kevin Bacon. And I like to use that to introduce myself because what you just inferred or figured out is actually what Google does when you use Schema Markup to explain the relationships between things on your website, across your website, and across the web. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. We're actually going to really dig into Schema Markup. Schema Markup, as some of you may know, is a niche part of SEO that's very technical, but it's really used to explain explicitly, like with absolute clarity, to search engines, and also to help you really stand out in search. And I sometimes say, how do you manage your brand to be understood by machines? Now, just to make sure we're being explicit and clear, you hear the term Schema Markup. It means the same thing as structured data. Now, you might be asking, like, Martha, why do you guys use Schema Markup over structured data? And the reason I prefer Schema Markup is it's actually more specific, because structured data can be structured in any way. It can be structured in a table and be structured data, whereas Schema Markup is very specific about using, this code to describe the things on your page. And so whenever everyone asks you, like, well, what is Schema Markup? Well, it is actually code. So you can see highlighted in the gray on the left. This is, the JSON LD that sits on the page. There's also different ways of doing it, microdata, RDFA. Google prefers JSON LD. And it's the code that actually is in the language of the search engines. And that language is referred to as schema.org. Now, it really is a vocabulary. So, schema.org and Schema Markup is around the semantics of things. And so it really needs a common vocabulary that can be used to describe things. So when I describe this to, my mom or my dad, I'm like, we translate web content into the language of search engines. And again, so that language is called schema.org. And you can pretty much describe anything using this language. So there's over 800 different definitions. They all have properties to allow you to explain them with a lot of clarity. And so doing Schema Markup is really doing that translation. So really taking that content on your website and really translating it into this vocabulary called schema.org. And this has been around for a while. Like 2011 is when a collaborative group got together. Google, Yahoo, Bing, and Yandex, now Microsoft, came together to define this. And they're continuing to work together to define it. In fact, the 9th release came out in September. They're just about to release the 10th release. And it's the most releases we've ever seen in an entire year. Now, the whole reason why SEOs tend to get into this is because when you actually use Schema Markup, you have an opportunity to really stand out in search. So you can see on the left-hand side is a standard search result. And on the right-hand side is when you use Schema Markup. So you can see here that we're getting, an FAQ rich result. And there's actually 32 different ways to stand out. And so lots and lots of rich results. And so this is what you can use as sort of a really good visual measure that it's working and that Google's rewarding you. And also a great way to, I'll call it, like, really manage how your brand truly stands out and engages your users right at the beginning of their journey. Now, what's super exciting is that the rich results that Google is bringing out are also expanding. So even in just the last 60 days, we've seen some updates to what Google's offering as opportunities here. So on the far my left, so home fitness and well-being is a new home activities rich result that was released last month that allows you to actually, like in mobile, specifically in the US, have sort of videos and articles kind of show up for home-based activities. Very timing with regards to COVID and the fact that so many people are at home. The middle one is actually with regards to image licensing. So you can see there's actually like a licensable tag on here. This one's really interesting because it's actually going to pull in like how you can license that image and use it. And I find it really interesting, as we saw a couple of years ago, GDPR be so important about how people were reusing your data. And so licensing is actually, ad hoc kind of built in to schema.org. And then the last one example here is around the shipping options rich result that just came out for products just in time for Black Friday and sort of holiday shopping. And so yet another way for your products to stand out in addition to price, availability, and rating. So this area is changing and it's changing fast. And so if you haven't started on your journey into Schema Markup, today's gonna be a great day to kind of get you introduced to some key actionable concepts, and I'll try to simplify them for you. But it's growing, so the opportunities continue to expand. I also like to highlight that, people also say like, understanding's good. We talked about standing up, but like understanding is the other piece that Google uses it for to really match that searcher's intent. And Google was very clear in May 2019 that they're using schema markup to also help you be found across platforms. And I love this because I always see like this is like a machine language. So like, of course, voice search agents are going to use it. And perhaps like Internet of Things are also going to use it to understand and sort of provide service. And so just know that Google was articulate that like schema markup or structured data was being used to help you be found across platforms and being used to understand things across platforms. And then I'll guess the last piece before we get into some of our content is, there are actually tangible results from doing schema markup. So, when you delve into your technical SEO and you have your list of to-dos, just know that if any of these are the outcomes you're looking for, increased traffic, more clicks, more visibility for the brand, increased ease of use to engage people, or trying to get more people to engage with more content on your page, we have seen evidence from our customers at Schema App that schema markup can influence all of these different actual results. Now, I always say, like, don't believe me? Great. Like, go to Google. So we've put some listing here, some of the case studies from Google that also articulate the value. And again, I always think about like the value being across the entire customer journey. So whether it be Eventbrite talking about boosting traffic, Rakuten talking about like increasing time on page, increasing conversion rate from ZipRecruiter, there's some really great case studies. So if you're trying to, again, pitch that this is something important to do and you don't want to use the Schema App case studies, there's a link here for you to also go and read how Google's doing the case studies so you can use that to position the importance. Now, today's topic is about, simplifying things because the fact is schema markup's complex. And I love this quote from John Mueller, one of the spokespeople from Google, mostly because it also like plays to the fact that schema app's trying to solve the complexity. But, he was really talking about like, I think in the future, at least in the near term future, there'll be more types of schema markup. And it's going to continue to get more complicated, and he's like, I don't see it getting any easier. So my job today is to actually try to simplify some of this. So as Google continues to make it complicated, I'm going to endeavor to simplify it. So let's jump in. I wanted to start with some definitions. There's a lot of weird definitions within schema markup. So entity, think of this as a thing. And Jeffrey, who's joining us today, has a philosophy degree, and it's like, what is this thing? That is, an entity is sort of what is this thing about? So when we talk about trying to identify, what something's about, that's the entity, the thing. And then we're going to talk about types and classes and properties. And I think this is sometimes best described by going to schema.org. So again, this is the vocabulary. And I'm using an event as an example. So the class or type, sort of describing what is this thing, is defined at the top of the page. And you can also search in the search box to find them. And then they usually give a definition below it. So an event is happening at certain times and locations, and it has these different properties. So the properties are how we're going to describe the event. And then for every property, they're going to put like an expected type. So that goes kind of back up here. So this is, again, sort of how things get connected. But I'm going to give you some more examples about like the classes, properties, and types as we go through this. You'll also see the same things on Google's documentation. So this is the documentation for those rich results, those like fancy results that I was illustrating. Again, the types are listed on the left, and then they talk about required properties, which is, again, what maps to schema.org. What you want to do here, though, when you start your journey doing this, is identify that property topic of the page and then start at schema.org to figure out the right type that you want to optimize it with. And I say this as like the first kind of key thing is that like, okay, well, there's rich results, there's schema.org types. Stop. Just like, what is this page talking about? Is it talking about an event? Is it talking about a medical specialty? Is it talking about a person? Go to schema.org first and have a look there. And that's going to get you started on what is it that you should optimize that page for. All right, let's talk a little bit about connected schema markup. I could rant all day about not putting the same schema markup on every page, but I won't do that because we don't have time. Although I was on a podcast with Bill Sklosky and he was like, but on a medical and legal webpage, it makes sense. I agree. But the key here is don't put the same schema markup on every page. And we don't want to create islands of schema markup, being that like you don't want to just have like a product here and then you're going to your organization page on here. Ideally, you connect your schema markup so that it really tells a story about how things work together. So think of my introductory slide. This could be for a more elaborate organization. I have my organization, which is my US office. It's the manufacturer of this beautiful product. And the product has the offer, how to FAQ and image. So really your schema markup, when you define how it relates to other things, can be really powerful. Now I need to give you some tools on how to do this, or at least how to get started. So let's say you have a website that's about a restaurant and there's a beautifully well-produced video on that page. And so you're like, that's great, Martha. I think it's just a restaurant page. We're going to connect the two. So this is the footer of the Schema app page. So if you go to schemaapp.com and go to the footer, we have this free tool called Schema Pass. You can also Google it. And when you come here, it's going to say, how do you relate these two things? So I have these two topics, these two things on the page. I have it about a restaurant and I have about a video object. So you can select these two things. Again, we're talking about classes here. And then we're going to tell you how you can connect them. So it says the possible path is the restaurant is the subject of the video, or the video object is about the restaurant. Now, if the page is primarily about the restaurant, we're going to use subject of and link it to that video. Again, connecting that markup. Now, just to prove that you can pretty much connect anything with schema markup, we're going to connect a volcano with a gas station. And I love this. Like, it just shows how extensive and beautiful the schema.org vocabulary is. So volcano actually exists in schema.org. So volcano contains place, gas station, might be a little explosive. Or the reversal is the gas station serves an area of a volcano. Likely more if I'm talking about, let's say the gas station that's near Pompeii. The next piece when you're trying to connect your schema markup and do it properly is to use strong connectors. And so these are some of the properties that I really like. So remember, properties are under a class. And what's great about these 4 properties is they're pretty much like on every class. So, if we were talking about a blog posting about Jeff's favorite hockey team, who's hoping to win a Stanley Cup one day in this century, you could use the about and then use a Wikidata link for Joe Thornton that sort of just says, this is about Joe Thornton, about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Or if you're me and you have a software application, you might want to say, oh, the software application is the subject of this video. And so again, you're like not just saying, it's not really, the page isn't just about the video, even though that's what I could get a rich result for, but it's really about a software application that has the video. And I'm going to talk a little later about like how you can nest for rich results. All right, let's talk about errors, warnings, and content strategy. So the schema markup process, we see as a 5-step process. Strategy is figuring out like what you want to optimize and why. Authoring is creating the schema markup. Deploying it is getting it on the website. Maintenance is making sure you're keeping it up to date with whether Google changes or content changes. And reporting and analytics is sort of how you're showing that value or measuring that ROI. This process is iterative. And this is really like what we do at Schema App all day, every day. But it also, as you go through this, as you go through strategy and authoring, you might find that you're getting errors and warnings from Google, but that's actually like a good opportunity then to look at content, because you can get errors and warnings even though your schema markup is absolutely perfect, because the errors and warnings are only for the Google features. So we actually think they're like too strongly worded, like an error should be a warning and a warning should be a suggestion, since it's like a recommended property. But it also can give you guidance on like where you might want to update your content to meet that criteria. And so here, for example, like is a rich result test tool. We're going to get into there a little bit later. But here it's giving me 4 warnings because I'm not including a SKU or a global identifier. This might be like, why aren't I including a SKU if I'm sort of trying to market my hockey stick? We're Canadian. I guess we got lots of fun Canadian jokes in here. So this might kind of be like, ask the question of like, why isn't this content on the page if I'm talking about a product? Whereas on this one where, it's an expected warning, it's a business decision not to include that content. So this is a job posting where I'm not including base salary. At our company, we don't include base salary in our job postings, and it's a business decision. And so this warning, like to me, is something we don't need to take action on because it's something we're choosing as a business not to include. And so those are some examples of when, errors and warnings don't necessarily mean that there's something wrong. And so instead, what I want you to take away is when you look at the Google required and recommended, and also the schema.org properties, consider those like suggestions on what should be in your content for that page. All right, everybody still with me? We're on number 5. We got 11 minutes to go. Testing tool. So I just gave you a bit of an intro into the rich result testing tool. Now, I love the structured data testing tool. It's been around forever, since we've been doing this since about 2014. We hear it's going to be retired, and it's not been kept up to date. And so what we love about it is that it's really helpful to actually see all the structured data on the page and sort of see how things are nested. However, the rich result testing tool is better for errors and warnings. So the structured data testing tool, you put in your URL, you actually then see, I'll say like all the entities on the page. Oh, I'm going back to those definitions. So here's an H card. So this is like 1990s schema markup. You can ignore that. Breadcrumb list, which is, a type of entity I'm describing the layout, and then also blog posting. And then it gives you some errors and warnings. Again, these haven't really been kept up to date. But what I love about this is it really shows you very quickly like all the content on the page. You can click on it and you can come over here on the side. So it's really easy to see it. However, everyone's been moving to the rich result testing tool. What's great about the rich result test tool is that it supports all rich results. It's kept up to date. It is a little slow, and it sometimes is hard to kind of see all the entities on the page. Again, we're sort of looking for nested advanced schema markup when we do our day-to-day kind of work with our customers. And so you can see here, though, what's great is it will show you exactly what you're eligible for. It'll also like pull out different types. So if you're doing multiple types of schema markup on a page, nested or not, it'll show you all those different pieces. And Jeff, I know you're a super user of both these tools, so it's something that we can talk about, or if people have questions. Our team did do some great analysis of the different type of tools out there as we say goodbye to the structured data testing tool. Rich result test is primarily what we use for sort of looking at rich results. And then our analyzer will also look at it across the site. But there's other great ones, free options, Chrome extensions and all. So some really good alternatives out there. Okay, let's talk a little bit. We've talked about the process. We've talked about the vocabulary. We've now talked about testing tools. So let's get into a little bit of the meat of schema markup. So I want to start with services because services is a really interesting one where our recommendation has changed recently. So I want to introduce this concept of a multi-type entity. So this is when something is best described by merging two types from schema.org. And so some great examples here are, a house for sale. Well, a house is a product because it has an offering and a price, but it's also a single family residence. Or a hotel room is both a product with an aggregate offer and a hotel room. A haircut is a service and a product. A book for sale is a product and a book. Comedy event is also a broadcast event. So often you'll multi-type entity, again, to best describe it and be the most specific as possible. And it also often increases your chance of getting a rich result. And so use it when you want to describe an entity. You don't really want to do more than two types. People have asked us that. But it also merges the two properties. And so recently when we were reviewing the description in schema.org for product, we noticed that it said product or service. And we're like, that's pretty savvy, schema.org, for updating that because it also has a service type or class. And so we're like, we've been recommending everyone to use service because that's the more specific type. It's got some great fields like provider that we really love, but it doesn't get a rich result. And so people in the past have been doing services as products, or omitting service or just doing service and not getting the rich result. I have a new recommendation. Do a multi-type entity. It is both a service and a product. You want the provider and some of the service-specific properties, but also the product. And so for those of you that support or do work for like legal lawyers or doctors or others that provide service, this is really a great use of, again, multi-type entity and some advanced piece. So again, figure out the primary topic of the page and then pick the most specific type or types to describe it. All right, nesting for rich results. So this is a bit more of an advanced approach. So Google has all these different rich results. Remember I was talking about like the 32 different ways to really stand out in search. And so you can see it's like article, book, breadcrumb. These are the ones that are changing often. And so what you might find though is, let's say hospitals, we do quite a lot of work with hospitals, and you're like, great, like I'm a hospital, I really want to stand out, but there's no hospital. It's, actually medical clinic kind of falls under local business. But it's like, well, is there another rich result that perhaps makes sense? And, with COVID going on, like FAQ is a really great one for the medical field because, everyone has all these questions about the safety procedures. And so what you can do is actually mix those together. I'll give you another example. So the Schema App Highlighter is one of our products that we have where we can do schema markup at scale without IT, but I don't put a price on here. I don't have a rating specifically for the highlighter. Of course, it's available. So I don't really fit into the product, rich result out of the box. And so what I've done is I've put FAQ on the page. And so what I want to do is, again, let's go back to Schema Pass and like, how do I relate a product with FAQ page so that my highlighter page can get an FAQ rich result. So I go back to the bottom of the schema ad page, right? Go to schema paths and I match these two up, and boom, bada bing, it tells me that for a product or a software application, I can use subject of and nest the FAQ page. And so now this page that like I wouldn't have been able to get the product rich result is now eligible for the FAQ rich result. And so this is a really powerful way that, again, if you use connected schema markup to tell the story, to stand out in search, you can pretty much get any one of your pages or content to stand out. Okay, we're on the topic of advanced properties. So let's talk a little bit about additional type. So additional type is where perhaps the type in schema.org isn't as specific as you'd like it to be. And so you can basically, like a multi-type, kind of use additional type to further clarify the type. And so the example I tend to use is a dentist. A dentist is great, but it's more specific if I actually use additional type and call out orthodontics because my dentist is an orthodontic. Or you're describing an animal. There's actually like nothing in schema.org that allows you to describe an animal. Again, this is a beautiful moose, which in Wikidata tells me it's also the same as an elk. But here the type is a thing, and then the additional type is actually describing what it is. And so if you do anything with animals, this is a great way for you to describe that thing. Again, sort of, I would really press you that there's often something in schema.org you can use, but in these cases where you need to be more specific, this is a great approach that you can use. All right, we're coming down to 9 and then 10, and then we're jumping into Q&A. Everyone still with me? First 26 minutes of 5 hours. Move, make sure that blood's flowing. All right, brand marketing. This is something new that I pulled in for today. So there are often compelling events where considering schema markup to help messaging or marketing is really, really helpful. And we've done this for a ton of our customers. And so I thought I'd share it as just a way to kind of think about schema markup, not just as that technical SEO to kind of drive an impression in search, but perhaps also to inform search engines about changes. So acquisitions and mergers, rebrand, repositioning, and expansion are really, really great ways. We've had some of our customers change names, acquire companies, be acquired. So it's a really, really great way to do this. And so when you're doing a name change or an acquisition, I thought I'd give you an example here. You can use properties like same as. So like this organization is the same as this other organization, right? Like they're different names now, but they're the same. Part of, so if you get acquired, you might want to say like this is part of it, or use parent and sort of child relationships to define the relationships between the organizations. And then one of our favorites, alternate name. We were doing a rebrand and we used alternative name before the rebrand using like the old organization. And then we flipped it once it went live to make sure that Google was really clear about how those names were changed. And then you can also use Wikipedia and links in order to kind of define relevant brand associations. So again, schema markup is a tool that you can use and be very explicit and clear to make sure that those changes are being understood. All right, number 10. Before we go into rapid fire questions, measuring value from schema markup. Now, I see this as being so important because anything that we do in SEO, one, I'm usually asking for budget if you're buying schema app. I want to make sure that there's results from it. And so, whether you're trying to measure, what I love also about measurement of schema markup is you can actually look at whatever your goals are in digital and then like see how schema markup impacts it. So with our customers, we often ask them around like the desired outcome that they have, but specifically we want to know like what is important to them to measure. Is it more doctor bookings? Is it, more leads to the business? Is it sales of e-commerce? Whatever it is, more people reading the content for brand awareness. But these are some of the key ones that we've seen: increased traffic, clicks, increased ease, so where people are viewing multiple pages, as well as visibility. And so I want to just highlight like the two reports we spend a lot of time in Google Search Console. I love Search Console because it's accessible to everybody. So one is around performance reports where you can actually measure the actual results from the rich result, and enhancement reports where you can see the valid instances. And so if you go into Google Search Console, for example, and you go under search appearance, you can actually look at the different type of rich results that are there and sort of clicks and impressions directly related to those rich results. And I love that this is specific. So you can say, I did the schema markup And these are the rich results, or these are the clicks and impressions that come directly from it. And of course, you can do sort of comparisons. Whereas the enhancement report is more looking at like the number of valid instances. So if, for example, you run an e-commerce store, like, and you put this across all your products, we want that valid instances to be able to articulate, what it is. And it also can guide you on errors or things that you need to fix. Now, we do schema markup all day, every day. And so we've actually started digging deeper into it to say, can we actually get deeper into the performance of the analytics? And so we've been coming up with a new schema performance analytics to look at, if you have markup on it, what's the likelihood that you're going to get clicks or impressions from it? And then we also like to use the schema markup to enhance analytics so that you can actually start seeing the contents of the contents. Hey, Jeff, guess who gets more sessions than you on our blog? Me. Challenge accepted. So we can add schema markup properties directly into the analytics so that you're actually like tagging things with custom dimensions. This area is called enhanced analytics. And there's other solutions out there, but it's, again, something that we're super passionate about. So Schema app, I'm just going to wrap up with a little bit about what we do, and then we'll jump into Q&A. So we're a full service enterprise schema markup solution. We have technology, we have high touch support, and we really work with any type of website and any type of content. And our whole goal is to help you achieve the results that you're looking for. And we really follow that schema markup process, right? We start with strategy. We automate the authoring and deployment. Our customer success team that, Jeff is a part of, really helps you understand it. And really the whole goal is to deliver ROI. And we're trusted by all types of businesses, small and large, around the world. And we'd love the opportunity to talk to you if you're interested. But enough about me. Let's jump into your questions.
That was amazing, Martha. Thank you so much. I think your tip about acquisitions and name changes actually blew my mind a little bit. I think there's a couple of people in the comments that were like, oh my God, we could totally do that. And it's a really good example of SEOs going outside of what is our typical remit as well.
Yeah, I have a super big passion around like, how do we make SEOs more strategic within the organization? So like my background's in business strategy and product management and sort of influencing cross-functionally. And so at Schema App, like we're constantly thinking about that. Like, how do we make the SEOs look like rock stars so that, like you're helping, again, if it's an acquisition, if it's a transition, hey, we have tools in our toolkit to help make this as painless as possible. And so we've done that for quite a few clients. So happy to sort of reach out and talk more about that.
Amazing. Right, I'm going to scroll all the way to the top of my questions list because we've had so many questions. Keep them coming as well because the lovely Kate is working behind the scenes to fill up my feed. So we're going to start with Alessa Korobka. Apologies if I've murdered that. Do you know why Google doesn't follow common standards most of the time? They change the standards that they use, but don't change the common standard, making it difficult, for example, with aggregate rating, etc.
Jeff, you want to take a hit at it? And then I'll...
Well, with the aggregate rating specifically, I think they were just trying to correct how it was being implemented. Aggregate rating was being used to get stars on like every page, everywhere, and it was sort of losing its impact or its meaning. And I think they were trying to protect that. As for the more broader question of why don't they follow common standards but then change standards wherever they want, I mean, Google's huge; they kind of do whatever they want. So
yeah, I think. Go ahead, Arnout.
I think there's one more thing in there, which is a common theme in the SEO world, is when we can game something, we start to game it. When we see shiny stars, we want shiny stars everywhere. Yeah. And I guess it's more us having inflicted that move of Google. Because if everybody would have used it in the way it was intended to be used and not gamed, then it would have probably stayed.
I think the other piece is schema.org we joked that it was like a bit like the Wild West, right? Like you can do anything with it. And we're really comfortable with it because it's something we use every day. But I think sometimes also Google will put some restrictions on things to help adoption, right? To simplify it a little bit or just to be a bit more direct. So there's times where in schema.org, like we would want to nest a type, right? Because it makes sense to nest it to fully describe something. And Google is looking for text, right? And I think in those instances, instances, like they're really just trying to simplify it because it's their intent to get us to do that heavy lifting to help them understand better, to meet searchers' intent so they can also make more monies with ads, right? So you have to always like think of like what is their intent behind it. Again, part of it, I see it as both quality control, making sure people, aren't over abusing it, but also trying to make it a little easier, even though, it's still complicated.
Amazing. Great answers all around. I was definitely one of the people abusing star ratings. But that's fine. I think we all were. On to the next question. So we've had one from Fiber. How much time does it take for schema-rich content to show up in search after incorporating it in the code?
Oh, this is a big it depends answer.
Yeah. There's
no telling. We've seen it happen like as fast as the following week, all the way to like taking a month or so, like 30 to 90 days. Because there's other factors, right? That this comes up to like, what's the crawlability of your site, and can Google read the code like because of the speed of your page, for example, is something that we sometimes run into, or did you actually do it properly, so that it is parsable and so forth. So, but yeah, it depends is the answer. We like to get our stuff like done within 30 days. So we're giving ourselves like as much time, as possible. Like if we can get it live in a week, then like maybe even in 30 days, we'll be able to start showing the results. Search Console is great for watching that uptick sort of as it crawls it and validates it.
Nice.
I wish there was a secret, but
yeah.
Reindex, right? Like
the quickest I ever saw was 24 hours, and that was just an FAQs drop down ages ago. But yeah, it so depends, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Fab. So the next one, a couple of people have asked about, particularly for CMSs like Shopify. What do you think about native schema markup and like schema markup apps in CMSs?
All right, this is one. Do you want to go first? Because then you're like the non-tool owner, and then I'll kind of chime in on my view.
Well, to speak from my own personal opinion, I would always like it to be fully integrated. So if I control a website or a CMS, I build it in from the core, because then anything I add to it or new pages, it's in straight away. However, sometimes, especially with bigger organizations, it's virtually impossible to implement anything. So in those cases, using a tool that uses JavaScript to inject it, or even using GTM could be a feasible solution. But for the short, well, depends, but so my personal opinion is that it's best to have it within the CMS, but that's not always possible. And then there's other tools that will get me communicating the right schemas and the right markup. So that's the way I look at it. So again, it's pretty much it depends.
Yeah, so I actually believe automate schema markup if you can, right? So if it's good, so that the whole question is as an SEO, you need to know what's good about schema markup, and also does it actually represent the unique content that you have? And so for example, WordPress, we have a free WordPress plugin that does really good job on articles and blog posting. Yoast has a different approach from us, but does good schema markup on there. Shopify as well. Shopify's increased and made their markup better over the years. You can also use the Schema app Shopify plugin. We're a little bit more advanced. But the key piece here is it actually articulating what that topic of the page is, right? So to go back to what I just talked about. And so often it's just making it really generic, right? So there's another vendor out there that does local business for everything, but it's actually different types of local businesses. So, the whole reason Schema app exists is because we put you in control and allow you to use the entire vocabulary to do it. Or, if you can't use Schema app, if it doesn't make sense for us, use a generator that allows you to come out the most specific piece. Part of it though is what are you trying to explain to Google, and is it also good enough, right? So, like I said, Shopify schema markup today, like that's built in-house, is actually like pretty good, right? And so you don't need to go trying to do custom one because like you have other things to do. But if you're trying to do, I'll say like, nested FAQ on your product, or you're an enterprise product and you like have to use other suggestions on how to do that, or if you're working with an enterprise CMS, we're trying to get, resources for AEM, doesn't make sense. Like that's where looking at a solution that you can use JavaScript is a great opportunity. Again, I think like when we met with Guha at Google, like he joked with us, he's like, Schema App's like the scalpel. Like you guys can go in and like do whatever you need and like be very specific and use all the properties, use the appropriate tool. Sometimes you don't need that. But know what the kind of markup they're generating. And then one of the things I'll point out, a free resource that's out there is if you actually Google like microdata filter GitHub, we've actually produced free JavaScript to help remove microdata or basically filter out even bad JavaScript. So we actually built it originally to remove Yoast markup from our website. And then we used it to help other WordPress plugins like remove other default markup. And then we also use it in Shopify to remove default markup we don't like in Shopify. But it's a free JavaScript library that we created and we generated for the community. And so that's a resource out there. If you're trying to remove stuff without IT, that's a great resource to use.
Nice. So does Schema App integrate with most CMSs?
Everything.
Wow, that answers a lot of questions on here. A lot of people are like, what would you recommend? Well, I think there's only one we can recommend in this session.
No, it depends on your budget and depends on what you're trying to do, right? So I do like we have an awesome tool. We've been doing this since 2014, right? But like not everyone has the budget. Although, like a one site is $30 a month, which I argue like if you buy 3 coffees a week, like you may have spent $30 like on that. So, and we provide support. Like we're really passionate about teaching the community, which is why we're here today, not just me, but Jeff too. But it really depends on that strategy. That's why I always talk about like start with strategy. Like what are you trying to explain? What is the right schema markup to put on there? Can you automate it with something out of the box that's free? Amazing if you can. But if not, then what are the different solutions and how much time do you have to manually generate it in a generator? Or, can you create it in like a schema app editor, which is like less expensive? Or like, is your time more valuable and you need to do stuff at scale, which it makes sense to work with a more enterprise-like solution?
Yeah, I like that. And I think that leads quite nicely. I've got 2 questions I'm going to kind of smush together. So the first one is from Jason Bernard. Is Google able to cross-reference schema markup across different pages on the same site, different sites? And I also quite like Michelle Eichner. Again, apologies, terrible with names. It feels like there's a lot of initial and ongoing work. What's the net benefit of increasing a site's traffic? How does this all translate into analytics metrics? How do you measure the value of this? Like if you're putting $30 a month away into this app, like, are you getting return on investment? I imagine that's a question you must get all the time.
Yeah, so we see like ridiculous results from some of our customers, and part of that is like the ROI is going to come from how well you're able to manage that whole process, right? So the reason we talk about the schema markup process is, as you're doing strategy and authoring and deployment, like let's say you're doing like a first pass. Let's say you're a software company like me, right? And you're like, oh, that's great. I have like all my product pages, but I don't talk about pricing or ratings, and I have all my blogs, and I have these pieces. So I'm like, I'm not going to get rich results on my products right away. But I might get sort of AMP articles on my blogs. I have a couple of videos, so those might show up. So the number of rich results I'm going to get at the get-go, at the beginning, isn't super high, but I'm getting some return. But the piece I'm going to learn as going through that process is like, oh, darn, I need to think about the content on my page to help my product pages stand out better, right? And so now I'm going to actually go to my content team, or if you're a small company like me, just like walk over to their desk and be like, let's add FAQ to those product pages. And so now I'm going to go through that process again. So I've kind of measured that I'm getting some results, but not all the results I want. Let's go and look at strategy again. Let's talk to sort of the content producing team to look at how we maximize this and take advantage of it. They're going to add it in. For using Schema App, you just set it up once again and it like rolls out to everything. And now I'm able to go back on a search call and be like, oh my goodness, like we spent this amount of time updating the content. I have tangible results now that I'm getting this many more leads, like the output out of it, or this many more impressions and clicks. And therefore, maybe it makes sense to continue to do this iterative process across the board. Now, we work with companies like SAP, right? Where our case study like 400% growth from rich results, right? Like ridiculous amounts of traffic that are coming in. But we've even seen like mature, more e-commerce companies, as they go through this, look at both the cost of doing it. So Keen Footwear is an international brand that we work with, where it's not only like, one, we reduce the amount of time IT and SEOs are spending on it. So huge cost savings from just a productivity standpoint. And then the case study we have for them, like 20% increase year over year in revenue, like in sales, right? So like that's, is it worth $30 a month? Or like, frankly, our enterprise stuff is more expensive than that. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're then thinking of this as a strategy, the best customers we work with are then planning with us on new content. Like, well, how are we going to make sure that stands out and is fully understood, aligned to our business goals? So the ROI is clear if you're actually wanting to work it, right? So this isn't just like a one-time done, great, I'm good, I'm just like going to go measure it and I'm never going to change it again. No, like I said, it's accelerating. We saw 3 new rich results in the last 60 days. We're seeing changes to like how they're rewarding FAQ. The market and how buyers and consumers are looking for information is totally different now that people are at home. So this is like, again, another tool in your SEO toolkit or marketing toolkit as you think about how you want to change it. Now, Jeff, you do this measurement every day, all day, like with your customers. Anything you want to add?
Yep. Well, it kind of depends on what it is you're hoping to achieve with the markup. So if you're a really sort of straightforward use case e-commerce store and you're going to use common CMS and you just care about stars on your product pages, then you can do that. But if it's more complex and you're looking to rank for a really like highly contested keyword, or you want to be a resource in a competitive space, or then it depends on how much you can do for each rich result across your site and have this collaborative effort where everything is targeted. And it really leads to conversations, like you said earlier in your presentation, around like opportunities for content. So you can look, like you said, with your product pages and say, hey, why don't we have an FAQ here? Or look at the recommended properties and think, oh, there's additional information we can have. And one of the questions, like Jason Bernard said, was that can we cross-reference schema across the site or a different site? And the answer is yeah, you totally can. That's a function of the schema.org vocabulary, is to reference external vocabularies. So if you have a content in your blog that's talking about a topic that's really core to your solution, then you can have that topic referenced to your solution pages as well. And then that way you can get lift across your site.
I guess there's also another point that I've seen is by marking stuff up, you also provide more context on when you're relevant. So I've actually seen drops in terms of visits, but my conversion rate's going up significantly because I was way more relevant than for that person. And I think not a lot of people think of it this way, but I actually don't want to turn up or rank my site if I can't provide the service, but I want to rank highest if I can. And this is a whole different an approach that SEOs need to not purely focus on, I need more traffic, or I need higher rankings, or let's say, but it's more about the intent. And I think where structured data can really help is be there when the intent is there with the user. And so basically making Google understand when you're relevant. So for instance, if you do re-commerce, so you buy all stuff on your website, so you buy all stuff, by default, pretty much all the website and all the vocabulary is set to e-commerce. So you can see this with everything. So now you have to turn it around. And unless you do that, it's very hard to rank a site on this. So you need to emphasize that. And with that, you can use, as you were saying, Jeff, you can use same as field and all these kind of things.
Business intent. I love that.
Yeah.
Like when we talked about like, why are you doing schema markup? Like you need to look at like, what are you trying to do for the business? Like, it's not just for SEO. Like, do you need to, like be relevant in early marketing materials and topics that you want to show up and have your brand associate? Are you trying to convert? Are you trying, like, it depends on what it is, because again, the different tools in the toolkit are going to serve different purposes depending on how you're trying to engage with that customer at that time. And I loved your example of the metrics around like, sometimes you see less traffic but higher conversion, right? Which again, if that's the business intent, then it's actually a win, which is like FAQ, everyone's always talked about like 0-click searches, right? But if you're trying to just get brand awareness and serve your consumers, like I love hospitals. I just spoke at another hospital piece, so I got lots of medical stuff on my brain. But like, hospitals are trying to get that information about why it's safe or how to book appointments, or video appointments, like right up to the consumer at the beginning of that journey. So, FAQ makes sense there, right? Because they're trying to meet them at that area of need. And so again, like think of the different tools in the different ways, depending on what that business intent is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, like say if you're a site like TripAdvisor and you're going to mark up everything, so it basically becomes easy chunks to show at every question. And if your business model is geared towards answering people and getting engagement on your platform, then you need to figure out whether you want to do that.
Totally.
And so you really need to understand the implications for everything. And the same goes if we mark up every product, price comparison for any crawler becomes extremely easy.
Yeah,
because they can crawl it, have all the data. So I think there's always different things. So if you are the brand that produces trainers or whatever, yeah, and you have a shop, definitely mark it up. But if you are competing on it, it's not just for Google and all the other search engines. Any search engine can use Schema to easily compare different elements.
I love where you're going with this. So this is where I was talking about like that license information that have on images. Like it's super interesting that Google has a rich result for that for images, because what you're talking about is like who can use my information that's now in a machine consumable way, which is a whole other talk page that we should talk about. Like where do we think this is going? But I think it is super interesting and disruptive, and you have to think about it because people are crawling it, right? And understanding it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you guys see on other search engines outside of Google as well?
We're just doing some deep analysis into Yandex right now to like kind of get back up to speed on sort of what they're doing. Bing's been a bit of I'll say a laggard in documenting and telling what they're doing, but they are using it. And as far back as, oh man, what year did I talk to him? Like 2.5, 3 years ago, I spoke to the team member at Microsoft who actually started schema.org, and they were looking at structured data for virtual reality sort of innovation projects. So they are using it a lot. Whether they're articulating all of it and their documentation is another story.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
They're not really documenting it very well. I know for a couple of our customers that have helped implement with, they were really concerned with Bing as well as Google, of course. And we needed to like find proof of rich results or impact while dynamically injecting it with JavaScript, and we were able to. So it's technically possible, and Bing is consuming it and using it, but their documentation's not very thorough at all.
Fair enough. Start with Google and the rest will follow, right?
Yeah,
well, can I just build on this though? Because like I wouldn't say like, so Google still has like the majority of the search share, right? So from like a kind of size of the pie, 80%ing. I think what's interesting though about Bing, and I was reading one of Don Anderson's articles around BERT and sort of, the fact that, everyone's been like, oh, Google's using BERT and so forth. Well, like Microsoft's been doing this for a long time. And in fact, like some of this is built on tech that they've built. So, in my conversations in 2017, right? Like I want to just like note the date, like they were doing some pretty advanced stuff, kind of thinking forward, how we actually see that kind of get disrupted and changed, like from a pure like consumer behavior and sort of people have to be using Bing, right? To like have that. But I think, I'm hearing interesting things and connecting dots that show that they're really deep in the machine learning and understanding that it shouldn't be like fully ignored.
Nice. Appreciating we've only got about 7 minutes left of your guys' time, so I want to crack on with some more questions.
Let's do it.
I think this is a really important one. So Keith Towns has said, is there a danger that if I get this wrong, my search ranking could go down?
Yes, there is, if you get it completely wrong.
You should work with an expert to make sure you don't get it wrong.
Right.
No, but there is so if you start gaming it and putting the wrong stuff on, you can get the manual penalties on structured markup. So that's a way to get it wrong. And say you mark it up in a way that Google, you basically think this is the good way to do it, but actually you've marked up something completely different. You might be starting to show up for the wrong kind of intent or the wrong kind of searches. Say you do house rentals and you've marked it up as a house for sale, for instance. Then what can happen is that you start seeing less relevant clicks or more clicks but less relevancy. Those kind of things can happen. But I think the biggest thing that I've seen was just people spamming it and then Google saying, you lose.
One thing we got really common with people jumping into Schema Markup for the first time using our tools are going too far and taking all of the available properties as a challenge and trying to fill out everything they can think of because they're really excited about this new part of SEO that they're trying on. And then they drop for some of the keywords or searches that they're relevant for before because they weren't doing it in a targeted or in a smart way. So I think there is a risk for jumping in and like over marking up and not being specific on what you're hoping to achieve.
Yeah, I think there's also to get familiar with the guidelines. I didn't kind of cover all the others. Schema markup has to represent content on the page. So when I talked about that process of revisiting content, you can't just, fill it all out and be like, oh, that's great. My schema markup says this, but my content says this. They really have to, represent for the machines what is on the page. And so Google does have some pretty good guidelines, and even by rich result, I would say there's this thumbs up, thumbs down section before you get into the required and recommended. So if you're like, oh my gosh, it's too much information, just look for the thumbs up and thumbs down. They give some really specific things, and some of them is events can't be a sale 50% off for 2 weeks, right? So they kind of give you some strong guidelines, and then look for there's a lot of resources. We've put a ton of resources on YouTube, for example, or under our resources tab on our website. There's a lot of how-to and best practices around common types of schema markup. So, there's tons and tons of resources out there to learn. Test it, right? This is just a lot of the other things that you're doing in SEO. Try it page by page. Do some experimentation, and as you get sort of your habit of doing it, then you can do better. And again, I'll plug us a little bit, but we provide email support to all of our customers where we'll answer any question, whether it be about schema markup or the tool. And I think that's something that we do really unique. It's something we've always done because it's confusing, and we want to make sure that you're really sort of, taking those first steps and feeling like someone's got your back.
Nice one. I think this next question will be a nice thinker. So Deanna Richardson says, any thoughts and predictions around Google's passage indexing and understanding content in chunks and how Schema could help us structure our content?
I have an opinion on this, but
no, start.
Okay.
Start.
So one, I'm going to plug Don Anderson's review of BERT. It's a very long, extensive passage. If you're a summarizer like me, read the first 4 paragraphs and the last 10 paragraphs and you'll be good. But she talks a lot about the evolution of BERT and understanding. And, what I think is so interesting around sort of the evolution of passages and kind of understanding intent and topics and context is that they're really trying to understand what part of the page really makes sense. And kind of big picture, if you do a search right today on how do I know my schema markup's working, for example, Google is going to show you a featured snippet. And then if you click on it, it's going to highlight a passage within the page that they believe answers the question, right? So one thing is I think Google's been testing and evolving this a lot sort of from the beginning. Where schema markup helps you explain is really on the content of the entire page, right? right? So how do you build context of the different topics? Now, what we've talked about is like how the properties in schema.org help you identify the things that the search engines identified are interesting around that topic. And then Google identifies the properties and things that they're interested in and get to the rich result. Now, those things together give you like a pretty decent mapping of the type of context and topics they want around certain topics to understand it. And also then there's the whole human aspect of it. So how I connect these things together is like, you know, you kind of still want to write for the human and the intent. The schema markup can help you identify like what are some of those things the search engines have already defined with things that they want to know and matching that intent. But the structured data is going to help you give context of the whole thing. And then the passages is going to be like, is your actual content answering some of those questions?
I think another part in here is what happened earlier was with Hummingbird, where you could ask one question and then a follow-up question, making it explicit that it's about the same item. It could be the Eiffel Tower and something else. And if you specifically say that, with that, it doesn't need to be in a text, but if you describe it in your schema, then you know that it can be used to answer as a follow-up question. So it's all about the context that you add. So the way I often explain schema is also, it's a way that you can talk or you can validate what's on the page, because a computer is getting way better at understanding text, but by far not as good as they want us to be. Like, we can read a text and understand the concept and everything around it because it's already embedded somewhere in our brain, whereas this is missing. And with schema, you can add that layer of context in that page, so it fits in. So the thing you read is also verified that it's actually about that.
Think of this as coming back to my intro slide, where you can connect the dots, right?
Exactly.
With the schema to answer questions and intention. And with that, I'll hand it back to you.
Things are nested really important. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, great to come full circle, guys. I think we've covered a lot today. Thank you so much for your time. I think we're going to have some people join us in a matter of seconds, which will be very exciting. Ready for our next session. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in, because we've had some amazing questions. If they didn't get answered, please do chase all of us on Twitter to get those answers, because we've not got anything better to do. Just come and ask us stuff. Yeah, thank you so much. So,
my pleasure.
Have a great day.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Awesome. So I'll be joined very shortly. Here we come. Here we come. Exciting, exciting.
Hand off. Bye. Good to see you.
Bye. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you, Paige?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good.
I'm Paul, David.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Aleyda.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I'm very relieved to be told that Nick now has electricity in Melbourne, so I don't have to do the full 5 hours of hosting, which I did say that I would do in an emergency, but don't have to.
No, you have done amazing. I mean, congratulations. You know, this this last moment stuff, and you're like owning it, and you know.
Thank you, Aleyda. Really appreciate it. So I'm guessing we're gonna handle this as if people are watching the re-recording. So if you're just joining us now, you are now going to have the wonderful Aleyda, Paul, and David take you on a journey to the worst technical SEO nightmares and how to end them. I think this is going to be a really fun session. While guys, yeah, I know, really scary. While the guys are introducing themselves, please use the chat to drop in any questions, or just let us know where you're calling from, where you're dialing in from, and we'll say hi.
Hello.
Nice. Guys, if you want to introduce yourself first, and then Aleyda can introduce herself and jump straight into the deck.
I'll start since I'm on the left. Hi, everyone. Paul Shapiro. I lead technical SEO for Condé Nast and all the Condé Nast brands. So that's such publications such as GQ, Vogue, Wired, New Yorker. Some people may have heard of them. I founded the first technical SEO conference in the US, Tech SEO Boost, and still involved with that. When the pandemic is over, we're certainly going to have a 2021 event. I'm from New Jersey. I'm in New Jersey too. And I'm very happy to be here. You have some great presenters. Aleyda is amazing. I'm very excited.
Cheers. So I'm David Sayce. I'm a digital marketing and SEO consultant with PaperGecko, and I deal with all sorts of issues and been doing this since about 96, 97. So a few years of nightmares. So really looking forward to seeing this.
And well, finally, hello, everybody. My name is Aleyda Solis. I'm so very happy to be able to share with you a few main nightmares that I'm sure that some of you have already also gone through, unfortunately. But ideally today, what we want to do is to be able to share some tips, some insights, inputs of how you can at least control those nightmares so they don't consume you. Right, like that is what is important. They will tend to happen from time to time, but we need to take control of them. And of course, I am an international SEO consultant. I have my own SEO consultancy that is called Oreinti. I am also very active on Twitter. I am at Aleyda, in case you don't follow me. And I like to share what I learn and what I do in SEO. I have a newsletter that is called SEO FOMO. I also, not SEO MOFO, it's SEO FOMO. Please. I also have a video series that is called Crawling Mondays, where I interview other SEOs across different areas too, different topics. And well, I'm very excited to be here today. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Aleyda. If you want to share your screen.
Perfect.
And we will dive straight in.
Let's start. Please get prepared. Don't get too scared.
I'd love to put hands up in the chat as well if we go through anything that you yourself have also experienced.
Perfect. Yes, please do. And please do ask questions. You will see that I will be already sharing a few insights and tips. But if you still have any questions, the idea is that we can discuss afterwards different ways to handle this type of issues, right? So the worst technical SEO nightmares and how to end them, right? And literally, this is also known as how to avoid technical SEO fuck-ups that can send your work to the garbage and could end up also making you lose your job, which is the actual nightmare, right? And what we want to avoid, definitely. And the journey of technical SEO today can easily turn into an unexpected nightmare, unfortunately. And I have to say, like last year, I asked around over Twitter and I got a little bit more than 500 answers regarding which were the top causes of SEO failure, of SEO processes failure. And not so very shockingly, technical SEO resources availabilities and reliability issues was the top one issue. And the fourth one was technical flexibility issues, right? So we know that technical flexibility, resources, capacity are among those very persistent type of problems that we tend to come across in an SEO process on one hand. Then on the other hand, we know that things have gotten more complex in the latest years with the popularization of JavaScript frameworks and also many new companies. And I have to say, like, I tend to work with whether very big brands or with startups that really need to grow very fast. And this tend to come from an app first type of world recently, and they tend to literally like start building their website after their app, and they tend again to use, they're very heavy with the JavaScript frameworks again. And even in last year, in one of the Google events for the search community, right, that they acknowledge and they share how the current status of search needs more technical oriented SEOs because of all of these layers of complexities, right? Like, and just to show you how real this is and how evident, and this is the trend of the crawlability of a website that I had been working already for a while, and I have been like meaning and recommending top one priority for a little while was to fix the crawlability by just enabling a main navigation that was following web standards, because literally the it's not only that they rely on client-side rendering in JavaScript, but the links were not implemented with href tags in the first place, right? And you can see the before and after. After they fixed that, take a look at how it ended up being. Like, it was a completely different matter, right? So I wanted to also check, though, when I feature those that I thought that were the main issues, if others thought the same, if others were seen the same in their SEO processes, right? So a couple of months ago, I also asked around over Twitter about which were the top SEO horror stories for everybody, right? And I have to say that probably 90% of those were technical, very technical oriented. So today, I will go through those most common technical SEO nightmares that I not only I have seen in my own scenarios, in my own projects, but people have confirmed that they tend to see again and again as the worst ones, right? So let's start with the classic ones, those that already have a small share in our mind every night, right? Like web migrations, right? And don't worry, because I will share in a lot of resources and tools, right, and data, and I will be sharing the deck afterwards. So don't worry about taking notes, because I will tend to go a little bit fast across a few of them, right? But yes, web migrations, they can go very wrong. And literally, there's a thing, very big brands even tend to implement migrations like this, right? And then they go wrong. Funnily enough, it was like a few months ago when I was talking about SEO for e-commerce website. I was featuring Nostrom's navigation as something that you need to avoid, because they were internally linking to the top categories and some facets and main navigation, literally adding tagging the URLs, adding parameters to the URLs, I guess to tag or to monitor the behavior of the clicks. That can be done in many other ways, not necessarily events, for example, without relying on using parameters in the URLs. You really want to link to the actual indexable URL version, of course, especially in your main navigation. And then, so when I saw that they were migrating, for a moment, I said, oh my God, this is great, because, well, maybe they take the opportunity. And this is what you do, right? When you migrate, you tend to the opportunity to do many of those structural type of changes that you were not capable to do. You were waiting for a major change to do. But no, they didn't. And we can see here the before and after, not necessarily positive, I'm afraid. And not only major brands, like everybody, like sometimes we come across these scenarios in which, like, what can go wrong goes wrong. Like Mathieu here, it was like the after an international migration and many checks, disallow of new language directory, Googlebot UA, it was blocked, no follow links. URL parameters on each redirect URL, we canonical to the final URLs. A few days later, robot.cxt updated blocking the same parameters. So many things can go wrong. It's crazy, right? And this is another scenario that I thought it was interesting, because it was not the typical migration of the URL structure, web structure, or even design, but it was a server migration. And Jana here was telling that somehow they were relying on a plugin in their platform, that all of a sudden, just because of the server migration, the cache didn't refresh, and it made it literally to erroneously redirect and end up serving like a blank page every single time to the Google bot and the user too. So that can be quite scary. You will never thought that, okay, only a server migration, why things should fail, right? Like why you should get your SEO evolved in the first place. Well, you do, right? Because these type of things happen. So to stop these horror stories and very scary ones, oh my God, I if you haven't watched this movie, please don't watch it at night, because that can carry certainly a few nightmares. So I've created a checklist of Google Sheets that you can copy, of course. This is my checklist for the minimum viable SEO validation whenever a web migration happens, right? And also I have added some extra columns to the right with the status and dates and comments, because ideally this is the thing. We should do this very well before when we need to do the migration, to be able to share it with all of the team members involved, with the stakeholders, and go through all of this. I have also shared many times one of those where acronym on these videos, how to recover from a web migration go wrong, because this tends to happen too. So with very specific prioritized tasks to go through all of these URLs that are not redirecting or not correctly redirecting to the indexable new version of each former page. And I also, last year, I shared some very handy SEO tools functionalities that really facilitate to identify web migrations gone wrong. So you can literally, if this happens to you, you don't waste your time. You go through all of these functionalities and just start validating in a very straightforward way, right? And this is the thing, it's not only with URLs or server migrations, even redesigns and structural web changes. We can see this type of issues, right? Sadly, take a look, when I was, this is very scary, right? Especially because a little bit of time had already passed by since the drop happened. Yeah, so you can literally lose everything. And Don here was sharing like a very sadly common situation. The dev team redirected every single vehicle page on an auto site to a lifestyle page with absolutely no words when reskinning a site. Needless to say, that didn't go very well. And this is the thing, I have found that sometimes this happens when pruning the site. Sometimes the web development team or some of the content team members also decide like, oh, very old content, nobody's reading it, no traffic, we can eliminate it. Oh, but they haven't noticed that they have like thousands of backlinks from back in the day. Or this is literally bringing non-trivial organic search rankings, right? Or referring to some of the most important pages internally, cross-linking to the website, right? And then Andrew Optimizer here, he also shared another very crazy horror story regarding removing content on the site. So for that, on the other hand, even if we don't think that this is necessarily a technical type of issue, it is, because you need to validate well what needs to show up for 10, what needs to 301 redirect, and where. And if the new page's destination, they are indexable, they are crawlable, they keep the relevance from the former page, if they will fulfill the intent or not. So yeah, it's not purely content. It has also a technical type of layer in this type of validation that is important to take into consideration very well. And for that, I have shared and created this flowchart in the past to go through different scenarios to facilitate the decision making of what to do with the pages, right? And realistically, and we are going to see in a bit that this happens again and again. This is a persistent issue. Many times, it's not because we don't know about this. We know about this stuff, many of us, right? Realistically, the issue is that sometimes, whether the stakeholders or the people who are in charge, they overlook SEO just because, or also because they are the decision makers, not the technical team, not the content team, but the decision makers, our clients or our bosses, right? And they literally make some decisions because of the business or because of other type of reasoning beyond SEO, and they don't ask for SEO input, or they don't care about SEO input in the first place. So this is sort of the situation here that Claire shared. Well, when you are a franchisee and they have you as a subfolder of the main domain, right? And the head office, they decide to eliminate you, right? No redirect, no anything. So what can you do? What it is important here is to understand that these things can happen. So whenever we see these situations like, oh, the SEO doesn't know about this, well, sometimes they do. And this is another scenario that, in fact, Duane share about an e-commerce website, and I have been there myself, right? Removing their blog, removing informational content that, because they are e-commerce, right? I went through this with a client, not with their blog, but with a lot of hub pages, informational pages that they didn't think that they will lose much. But realistically, these hub pages, they didn't only allow to rank and attract very top of the funnel type of rankings, because they were ranking with very broad terms that maybe directly they don't bring transactional value, but they end up bringing much more authority, interaction with the user at the beginning of the customer journey, also referring or internal linking to this transactional, more transactional pages. So at the end of the day, they are removed, and not only their direct traffic is gone, but also a lot of the traffic, a good chunk of the traffic of the more transactional pages and what they were able to bring directly themselves, right? So this is the thing. It is fundamental that there's planning and alignment with stakeholders and decision makers before doing these changes, and it's critical and fundamental for success, right? And then another classic for SEO horror stories happened with international websites, in which unfortunately I have been also very involved, when automatically redirecting users and bots based on their IP locations again and again. I mean, I understand that there might be some edge cases here. So for example, if you have a Forex website and you literally cannot show some page to the US users, only to the European-based ones, for example, things like that. But they are very edge cases, right? But again and again, like I tend to see this, and then you don't only redirect the users coming from Spain, but also any Google bot that come to crawl your website that might come from this location. And this tends to happen across many websites, as you can see here. And it's literally, you lose your rankings, because if you are, for example, redirecting your US users to only this domain, then most of the IPs that Google uses to crawl the web are still from the US, and maybe they will never see then your version for France or Germany, because they don't crawl the web with French or German IPs, unfortunately, right? So it is important that we avoid these whole issues. Again and again, if you need to justify this decision, you can see like official recommendations from Google here, and even John Mueller here, about not doing this. On the other hand, what you can do is to suggest the best version for your users, as we can see here Adidas is doing, in a non-intrusive way, ideally, right? And then whenever the user actually selects their preferred version, you can personalize the redirect to that particular user via cookies, right? But this is a personalized type of redirect, not without doing that with a Google bot and with every single person, right? And then another very usual SEO horror story for international websites come with the usage of echelon annotations that I don't know why or how, but it's crazy how they can go bad. So for example, here, it was Fabrizio sharing the other day, the echelon annotation for the Stripe website. It's like literally they have gone like pretty crazy with the values that they use in their annotations, like ES419, which is supposed to be Spanish for Latin America, but literally like issue of lang annotations, they don't support localizations like this. It is Spanish and that's it, Spanish, and then dash the country, literally. So this is very weird. Also SG, the Singapore is like, I don't think that they will attract a lot of Spanish speakers from Singapore. But anyway, so yeah, things can go very easily, very crazy with Azure lang annotations, values and mixes like this, right? Also, to me, is to point back reciprocal tags or specifying non-indexable URLs, URLs that are canonicalized to others or redirected to others, or literally showing errors or not that don't exist in this other version, language and country version in the first place. And before going beyond, right, like what we need to think about is the actual goal of hreflang annotations. Hreflang annotations serve to specify what are the alternates of a given page, right? The pages that exist in other languages and targeting to other countries, right? So, for example, in this particular case that I'm showing here, when I search for this Nike shoes here from the US, I should be able to see the US version. But something is happening here, and instead of seeing the US version, I see the GB, the UK version, I see the Luxembourg version, I see the Canadian version for this page, right? If it is because they don't have a US page for these shoes, then it's great. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing to fix. But if there is an actual US page for this particular shoes, this is what should be fixed here, and that is what or how hreflang annotations are useful for this particular scenario, because they will be able to point to the US page for these shoes effectively to be shown here instead of all of these other versions for other countries, right? So for that, I have also created a flow chart here to facilitate you to decide if it is worthy or not to use hreflang annotations in the first place. So for example, you're not meant to use hreflang annotations if you have these pages only in a single language or country. So there's no purpose to use hreflang annotations, because the purpose there is to specify which are your alternate versions. If you don't have alternate versions, you shouldn't use hreflang annotations. Or I see a lot of people using them or pointing to pages that are not meant to be indexable anyway. If they are not meant to be indexable, there's no purpose for you to waste your time for those, right? So pages that have a meta robust no index, or are canonicalized to others, or are redirecting, etc. Or another scenario is trying to implement hreflang annotations for every single URL, or a very big website with millions of URLs, highly dynamic, that are changing all the time because maybe they are e-commerce ones, right? And in this particular case, is about prioritizing which are the more static pages that generate issues again and again and again. And potentially this won't be the very highly dynamic product pages that are changing all the time and almost don't even have time to rank, or not necessarily the ones that are bringing traffic, right? So to do that, this type of analysis, which are the worthy pages that are actually ranking in the non-relevant market that you should prioritize to implement hreflang annotations to, you can use SEMrush, for example, or your Google Search Console data, or Google Analytics data, to see which are the ones attracting traffic from pages from countries that they shouldn't be, because there are other pages meant to rank for these countries. And then I also created this Data Studio report to easily identify this, applying certain filters. Is a step-by-step Google Data Studio that you can copy-paste from this URL that I am leaving below. So you can literally see which are those pages that are actually meant to tag, right? And then, of course, for the values, you can use the hreflang tag generator here that is completely free. And realistically, if you use some of the most common CMSs out there, WordPress or Magento or Shopify, they also support automated hreflang implementation directly or with plugins or extensions. So this should be very straightforward also to configure and prioritize which are the pages that need hreflang annotations in the first place. And if you don't have this type of support, then you have the hreflang builder that is a pay tool, but it's very, very well worthy for enterprise level type of websites that will allow you to generate complex XML sitemaps with hreflang annotations in a very straightforward way. And finally, and the last classic scenario for SEO horror stories that will cause horrible nightmares are web releases and coordinating tests. And this is the thing, this requires a lot of really good coordination with the web development team, and this was very, very common. I literally just pick like top ones, but leaving the test environments crawlable, to be crawl in general, is unfortunately still very common. One of the top things that I do when I start with a new SEO process, like there's like asking you, like, is there a subdomain that you use for testing purposes, or do you have any open version of the website that is crawlable? And I go directly and check with SEMrush through are there any subdomains out there beyond the www that it looks like a dev version, right, of the website. So yeah, unfortunately, it's still very common today, and literally there are so many ways to avoid this from happening. The best way, though, is please don't rely only on the robots.txt on that subdomain, because we know that Google will tend to overlook it if they see that someone is linking to that page, unfortunately, and then the pages might be indexable because they try to replicate what they will see in the production environment, right? So the best is to rely on HTTP authentication and avoid any risk of human errors, then, and also any third party or people outside your organization, that even your competitor, imagine, to see what will be the next release about. And then, of course, it's important that we monitor this very, very closely to avoid overriding the meta robots or canonical tags or robots.txt when we release to the live site. This is why before and after a release, it's important to test not only in the dev environment, but also after the release when it has been launched on the production one, even if you have like literally tested this 10 minutes before on the dev one, check again, revise again, crawl again in the production one. Even if you have correctly sent the code, literally to be copy pasted by the developer. And this is a very funny case that SEO Bastian sent to me, saying like the craziest is like they change literally the disallow directive in the robot.txt just because the developer didn't copy paste it, but I don't know why they type it again, the directive, and they missed the slash. And yes, things didn't go well after that. So it's important to test this well. And then of course, if there are any UX text happening, this is a good one from Arnout, right? When you are doing any A/B or multivariate tests, be careful with the redirects. Be careful with the canonicalization or the no indexation of a few of these pages, right? Rachel Costello did a really, really good article covering the main scenarios of the configurations that can go wrong and how you can test that this doesn't happen when doing A/B and multivariate testing for within your organization, right? And then, of course, when someone asks to, because of analytics and testings and this type of scenarios, it's important to work not only with your web development team, but with your design UX team. If they want to track the user behavior, test the user behavior, there are always ways to do this in a way that doesn't mess up the SEO. So, for example, if they want to track internal links, don't use parameters. There are events. There are other type of methodologies that you can leverage that are integrated with an analytics tool that won't cause the mess that using UTM parameters will. And then, of course, again, another proof of why we need to align with other areas here, not only with the design and web development, but of course, link building. Someone was attracting tons of very, very valuable links, backlinks, and they were going to a page that was canonicalized to another one, the one to the agency that was working for the website. Imagine that should have happened. But again, anyway, these are nightmares that tend to arise from time to time. So it's very, very important to coordinate well, to align well with other teams, or also when cleaning up the site after being hacked, right? Oh, we are victims from spam or some hacking going on. What we do in the meantime, we disallow so Google doesn't come and they see that we have been hacked. There are ways to handle this. Don't do this, right? Like try to remove, try to clean as soon as possible. Please don't block your website like this because of course you will stop ranking very quickly and all the effort that you have done will go to the garbage, I'm afraid. And finally, about aligning not only with the digital marketing team, but also and the design, but also even with the sales. This was very, very funny with Eagle, right? Last year we had an employee in sales who decided to run a test without telling, pure spam PPV campaign, 30,000 users in one day before we noticed. So again, this I imagine that they run into a few very interesting cases here of scenarios for some stress testing their servers too. So this is a little bit of a technical SEO nightmare too. But in any case, the purpose here is that you see SEO as an integrated part within your company product triangle. And I developed this visualization that you see here on screen on an article a few months ago when I was analyzing and going through what needs to be next and how like my requirements, my recommendations align with all the features, functionality, efforts, business or sales efforts of the website, those that have more to do with technical challenges and technical requirements, those have to do with the business side of things, and those that are also in process already from all the marketing and growth areas, and how do we align each other to leverage every single opportunity and to know that what I am prioritizing makes also sense to other areas, how I can win and earn support from other areas, and that they are aware that I am doing this, and that they don't just overlook or even try to overlay what I am doing and end up everything or a good share of my effort to the garbage because of what they are doing is completely, different or cover the same type of pages, or will be applicable to the same type of pages, but in a completely different way, right? This is why a good alignment is important. And then what about the new technical SEO nightmares, right? So very typical one, very new one, very hot one, JavaScript frameworks. Things can really, really go wrong. And I got quite a few of this. So for example, the example here of Antoine, oh my God, complete drop of visibility here, as we can see, client-side rendering on a GS framework. Literally, this doesn't happen just purely by using a client-side rendering. If the content that is renders fast, and if the content is relevant, and if the configuration is correct, and if the links are implemented following web standards, this shouldn't ideally happen. But we never know. We know that when you use JavaScript frameworks, things tend to take longer to load, and that is the problem. You need to be very, very fast. And if your website have millions of URLs, again, things can go wrong very, very quickly, right? So it is important to try to avoid as much as possible relying on JavaScript when you can very well use straightforward HTML, right? And of course, try to follow web standards as much as possible. I know the horror story here from Pedro, literally with links that were not implemented with href tags, and of course, like no href values, how the Google bot will be able to crawl that, right? No way. And then, of course, it's thinking that you are doing it well, but you're not really doing it well as you thought, right? And here Barry was sharing his own scenario. A crawl without JavaScript rendering show 40K pages, but with 400K, right? And yeah, some very important on-page internal links were client-side JavaScript. And yeah, probably they didn't know or know. So here again, we can see how this crawlability type of issues, because on relying too much on JavaScript, can make or break. This is completely unnecessary in 2020. There are very well specified guidelines from Google at this point. I'm sharing a few guides on screen that are very well, that really go through the major scenarios and provide specific mechanisms to avoid this from happening, with consideration from a web development perspective. And then there are also third-party guides, excellent ones. So for example, the one here from Bartosz teams from Onely is really, really good, with many studies and analysis going through the major JavaScript frameworks and the main issues that they do have. And there are also so many tools out there, even free ones. So for example, here, this one here from SearchView, they literally allows you to quickly check what is rendered using JavaScript or not, the gap from the raw HTML versus the render DOM. So you can see the gap in everything from every page, and you can do it so from a mobile and desktop perspective, the crawl too. And it tells you if the titles, meta descriptions, canonical tags, content links, what changes on the website from one or the other. And then also at this point, most SEO crawlers will also have the capacity of crawling with and without JavaScript, and then you can compare and see the gap. I love this feature from Sideball, for example, because they literally specify which are the links that you crawl with them that are whether created or changed with JavaScript. Right, so they check the difference between the DOM and the raw HTML, and it's so very handy because of how they've shown it for every page, and also at an aggregated basis with all of the links that they crawl, allowing to easily compare between crawls like this as I'm showing here. So it should be very, very straightforward. And then with the nightmares, finally, just to finish, wrapping up here, that we expect to come here. So here's an alert here to avoid from bad dreams coming, to be prepared, and we should be for at this point already, especially for the mobile first indexing, right? For which we have had a little bit of extra time, right? It was delayed already, and now it's finally going to happen in May 2021. Right, Google again in this case have done a really great work documenting what we should be doing as a best practice to avoid from bad things to happen, right? Like, and literally, it's pretty much on making sure that our website is crawlable to the mobile user agent on one hand, to the mobile Google bot, and then on the other hand, that we show the mobile Google bot all the content that we were showing to the desktop one, that our page is as relevant right? And we don't miss or we don't eliminate stuff just because of to give them a faster experience of whatever, right? And they have been expanding their guides also with covering many additional use cases, right? So, for example, with lazy loading on mobile versions here, making sure how we display the images, that the images are actually crawlable here, that we're still linking these images, and if we rely on JavaScript to render them, to show them, etc., that we make sure that they are actually accessible, crawlable from the HTML, things like that. And then what it is important to realize is that this is not really a mobile first migration, but it's a mobile only migration. This is a clarification that John made a month ago or so at PubCon, when literally he mentioned, like, if you don't have the content on mobile, we won't take that into consideration. So it's not mobile first index. It doesn't matter that we don't have it on mobile because we still have it on desktop. So it's mobile first, but there's a desktop alternate version still. So it should be okay. No, it is not okay, right? And here's the clarification that he made a month ago or so, saying it needs to be on mobile. It needs to be rendered in the render static HTML to be indexed, right? So it's a mobile only index in any case. So just to make sure, go to the Google Search Console, see which is the primary crawler that is being used for your website. Don't assume. Assumptions are the mother of fuck-ups. Is important. Don't assume. Go and take a look at the primary crawler, right? And we can see here that a few websites here might not have the mobile first still implemented. And here we can see Alibaba, for example. Oh my God, they are still having issues here. And then we can also crawl our websites in a very straightforward way here, using mobile and desktop crawling. And literally, there are so many tools out there. Literally, we can see here how this particular tool in technicalseo.com, this is the mobile first index tool. We can go and use it to validate top pages for free and see the gap between mobile and desktop in a very straightforward way. Another tool here that we can use to do this validation. And the idea is to avoid this completely. We should definitely avoid this because, again, assumptions are the mother of fuck up. These are websites that are already migrated. And the thing, we all know this, but this type of scenarios are not necessarily a knowledge issue, but an execution challenge, right? So how do we really avoid this? Talking with people and coordinating with people. This relies on people, as Arish very well said in this presentation here last year on Brighton SEO. So how to get support for the execution would involve stakeholders to avoid these SEO nightmares. Avoid fuck-ups by establishing a healthy SEO framework, right? SEO understanding across teams by doing trainings for the different areas involved in the SEO process, consistent SEO checklist to be used across teams whenever there's a change on the website. And I share a checklist here that you can use to implementing automated validations with the web platforms to follow SEO best practices as much as can be integrated directly within the platform. The best will be recurring ongoing SEO tech content manual validation pre and post web release with crawls, recurring ongoing SEO tech content automated validation pre-post releases with scheduled crawls too. Most of the tools allow us to do that too. Automated monitoring with alerts for technical configuration and content web changes. Content keying or little warden are amazing for this too. And as well as web ranking and traffic monitoring alerts too. So for example, right here provides these very, very handy alerts. And with Google Analytics and most run trackers. And to aggregate and summarize a little bit of everything, what I expect and I hope all the areas that should be doable to validate and to educate or to monitor, I did this healthy SEO framework that not only for the health of the website, but our own health as people too. This will minimize the scenarios for this type of fuck up. So hopefully it will help. I will be sharing all of this so you can start using it too. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope that I have covered most of those SEO nightmares of issues. I hope it is useful too, and looking forward to have a conversation about them now.
Thank you, Aleyda. That was really helpful. And you shared a few resources in the chat. Will they be on your Twitter feed?
They did. I will be sharing my deck right now, right after we finish the the presentation now.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. So we've got some time for some questions, so I'm going to get right to it. I thought that was quite a fun one that I think Paul's got an answer to already. Simon Cox says, on the news today, a French news website moved CMS and published a set of draft obituaries of famous people. How do you recover from something like this?
Yeah, I think I was being a little bit cheeky. That it's not you can get that removed from the index, right? You send it to a 404, you try to get Google to crawl it. You make sure that that's not crawled again. You properly block that. You index it, you 301 it, whatever. You add a robots directive after you get it removed from the index, not before, because you don't want it to not be crawled before it's blocked. But then it's a PR situation. Like, you have to handle that.
No, it's funny because literally, if you make use of the temporary content removal feature in the Google Search Console, that is handy when some content that shouldn't made available in the first place is made. That actually works very quick, I have to say. But imagine in this case, these were pre-made news of some people dying in some cases, right? It was about that. Imagine if someone, if they make use of this tool, if they just show up for 10 to get them out of the index. If someone's tomorrow dies, so they actually need to get that index right away. What a mess, right? Anyway, better to not get into that situation in any case.
The problem with those is the bigger the mess up, the quicker somebody is to take a screenshot.
Absolutely. On a more serious note, we've got a nice question from Monica Wong. I'm going through a web migration. What metrics do I measure? A lot of these issues were migration related, weren't they?
Yes, indeed. Well, I think that it depends on the goal of the migration. This is the thing. The first question that I will ask when a migration is supposed to happen is like, what do you want to achieve with the migration? Is the migration actually needed to achieve that goal that you want in the first place? Because, let's try to actually make migrations happen when they are actually needed, right? This is the thing. And then on the other hand, of course, whatever, like, for example, we need to consolidate brands, but we cannot lose the visibility that we had with our former brand. So it's important that we enable what I call the bridge page, right? That page where we clarify that we have rebranded, but that this page is still relevant for the former brand, so can still rank for it for a while, and things like that. So it's important to track and monitor this type of very particular KPIs because of the goal that we're trying to achieve for that particular migration. And then, of course, rankings, traffic, conversions, the URLs that were before and after crawl and index to. I will say that the KPI should be at the different layers of the work, from a crawlability perspective, indexability, then those attracting traffic, attracting rankings, and of course the most important rankings for our most important queries or pages. We should see it. That is not only that we recover the traffic and that's it, but if the pages that are actually meant to be ranked and that were ranking before are the ones ranking now, right? That is not that we're like recovering the traffic from all the rankings of the pages, but the really meaningful queries for which we want to rank for are gone or are ranking with a wrong page, things like that.
Yeah.
And to add to that, I think it's worth asking the question of what kind of migration. Like there's actually like many types of migrations that can occur, right? You could simply be moving on to a new CMS, retaining all the same URLs. You could just be like redesigning the pages. It could be you could be moving on to new URLs, new
or
CMS.
It could be all of them.
There's many different forms, and sometimes the KPIs differ based on that. Like if it's simply like moving to like a new UI, then like you need to look at like engagement.
David, what do you think?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mentioned the various types of migration. The other issue is when it's businesses trying too hard to migrate everything at once, And so often I'm seeing that being a problem. It's kind of we're going to re-platform, so let's update the design. Hey, while we're doing that, let's change these category pages over here and update this. It just becomes too much. But I think the key really is with the metrics, get a really good snapshot of where you are at the moment. Because believe me, you're really going to need that if things get messed up later on.
That is a really, really good point, David. I have you can imagine how many times I have had to go to the Wayback Machine.
Yep.
Just to take a look, because I was involved not since the beginning, but when it was already a mess, when it was already released or something like that. It's like, oh, you didn't crawl taking a snapshot of every page. And now even with Screaming Frog, like every single tool nowadays allows you to take a snapshot of the render page, so we can see how it was. We can see how the main configuration of the main pages that were crawlable in the first place before were, and we can compare the before and after. That is something very, very important. And again, the different type of migration, this is very important to mention, right? I remember there was this case. It's like, we want to change the URL structure, but we also want to change the design and we want to change the navigation. So what do? We make all the changes at the same time, which has a risk? Or do we make every change like every month? That also is like, why don't we leave a little bit of more time to see the before and after, right? So again, try to avoid as much as possible too many things at the same time, because then it's much more difficult to isolate issues and see what has impacted what on one hand. And then on the other hand, please, if you are going to change many things, don't change every single thing like every second week or something like that. Like leave enough time to them to be recrawl and reassess. So yeah,
I mean that's something I've experienced quite a bit of, and it's the ability to understand where the mistakes are being made. And that's why having that gap between any major changes makes such a difference. But yeah, funnily enough, I was on Wayback Machine today trying to solve various issues. It's always more interesting when you've been involved from a project from the beginning, but we don't often work like that.
Yes, definitely. And when you look at your Excel plan and you look at what they put live, and you're like, is this
the right client?
Nice. There's a good question from Dan Saunders. What would you recommend is the most important thing someone starting out in SEO should do / avoid to avoid these big SEO nightmares? Paul?
Yeah, so I know it's interesting. We talked about making use of checklists, and those are certainly invaluable. Whether they're a public-facing checklist or your own private checklist. But something I would be wary of is making sure that each item on that checklist is detailed enough and not in conflict with one another. I've seen so many issues come about because people are actually following checklists because maybe they haven't, just like, for example, they have an item like make sure you have canonical tags, right? Okay, that's not good enough, right? Canonical tag can be in conflict with other directives. Maybe you want to direct the canonical tag at like another page. Just really think about how those different items are interacting with one another, and whether they reflect the full picture.
With checklists, it's critical to specify the scenarios and give examples. That makes a lot of difference, right? Because use canonical tags, but yes, to canonicalize where? To themselves, to others. When should I canonicalize to others? When to the page itself, right? And can you give me an example? Because that canonical, how do I implement that? Things like that. So as much as specific as you can be, the best that will be. Also, evangelization, internal education. To the team. So I tend to give checklists after as an outcome after I have done a training. I do a lot of webinars with the web development and content team that will be involved with the SEO process, so they understand the impact, so they see the importance of this. And then after that, it's like I will then send you the checklist now that you have the actual knowledge, right? And you know why is this about, or what it is about, right? So I think that these two things are very, very important. And the first things that I will do when you avoid this from happening, right? Because that requires literally zero budget on tools or validation that are also important to do for sure. But yeah, I think that understanding and good communication and support, and also like that, the web development team and the content team, they can think, oh, they are taking me into consideration. Ask them also when you do these trainings, like, what do you think that I should know about your work to, like, we connect together and coordinate well together. That is important.
I think the education really does go a long way, and that's something with a lot of the projects I work on. It's there from the very beginning. One of the other things is, when you have one of these wonderful technical SEO issues, nightmares, it's important to have, those checklists are great to fall back on, but the main thing is not to panic. Another issue is, I've seen this quite a few times, the technical SEO nightmare starts and then it just has this snowball effect. You have senior stakeholders screaming at SEOs, digital marketers, what on earth's going on, and panic sets in. And I think, having some of those checklists in place and just having the sense of mind not to go into a blind panic is quite vital with the technical SEO side.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got time for one more question. I quite like this one from Larissa Baker, or Backer, sorry. For the staging, would instead of no indexing the pages, a 301 redirect for all bots also work?
So the 201 redirecting where? When it has become indexable, I imagine. Is that it? When the staging URLs have become already indexable, or just in general stop it being visible? Maybe I'm gonna say that no is probably the answer from all of you. Yeah, well, I say that
there's a lot of nuance there, right?
No, so so this is the thing. Just to make sure that I understand well, the question is what that they are asking if 300 it is okay to implement 301 redirects when the pages become indexable, just to eliminate them. So this is the thing. I wouldn't actually recommend to implement 301 redirects. Have you seen how much time does it take to take them out of the index after you actually migrate something and you want to get rid of them? So that, no, if you really want to like brute force those, I will actually make use of the tool from Google, the elimination of content from the index, or if that is not a possibility for you for some reason. The problem is that you want to, if it is your test environment, I mean, and you want to keep using a test environment or a dev environment because you need to test stuff, right? So you cannot use at 410 and on those pages, or show a 410 or that is, or maybe you want to migrate or take that environment or show that environment in another subdomain. That can be another way to start showing a 410, brute force everything and show the dev environment in another one. But what I will do, and what I have actually gone through in a few cases, is I have made use of the tool from the Google Search Console that I forget the name right now. Is the removal tool, content removal. Request removal tool, that tool, and it's very fast, very effective for this type of scenarios.
Very.
You see, I interpret this as being as a preventative measure, like talking about using like user agent detection and having
interesting. Yeah. So to redirect the user agent to avoid crawling the dev environment and then showing a no index or something like that. That was it.
It's about redirecting just the Google bot, which I've always been told, don't do anything to the bot that you wouldn't do to users.
Well, but this is the thing. If you redirect, forget about that, because realistically, I mean, it's a dev environment that is not meant to be indexed in any case. So yeah, you can do whatever, but how will you crawl it then and test what it is published there for your own purposes? You won't be able to crawl it with a Google bot, but with your SEO tool or another Google bot, because that will be redirecting the whole time. So I will try, like, just request for authentication. HTTP access implemented one, like very straightforward, plus the raw CXT, that should be much more straightforward, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you everybody that's posted your questions. I appreciate there's a lot that we've not got around to today, but thank you all. You can find all of us on Twitter, right? If we want to be chased down. Thank you guys. Yep. Aleyda, your Twitter handle's there. Paul Shapiro, yours there. What's yours, David?
Oh, Sayce. I'll put it in the comments.
It's there. Is there?
It's somewhere. I'll put it
Feel free to chase us down and make sure that we answer all the questions that you've had, or just share with us your SEO nightmares, because we all have them. You'll be very gifted if you never go through an SEO nightmare.
Hopefully not tonight after this.
No, earlier today for me. This is late in the evening. But yeah, we should be getting some new people coming in a minute, which would be very exciting. So don't you leave yet. Just to remind everybody that these are recorded sessions. So if there's anything that you want to go back on, then you'll get all of it online. It'll all be shared with you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Paul. Bye, David. Hello. Hi, guys.
Hello.
I'm very excited.
Everybody.
Very good. Thank you. Excited to wrap up my final session of the day before I hand over to Nick Ranger. Appreciate this is only a 30-minute slot, so I won't hang around too much. But really excited to get into this next session. So, Andrew, you could introduce yourself, then Liraz, then Jess, and then crack on with the slides.
Great. Yeah. Andrew Coco. You can see my Twitter handle there. I work for the Walt Disney Company under the Parks Experiences Products Division, mostly leading our SEO efforts for shopdisney.com and our Disney stores, so both the e-commerce and retail play.
Great. My name is Liraz Postan. Hi, everyone. I've been watching this webinar from the very beginning, so it's a great, and your Paige are amazing, and also great sessions. I've been in the industry for almost 13 years, doing SEO and content strategy. Now I'm consultant for B2B companies, mostly international SEO, for site migrations, e-commerce SEO, JavaScript sites, etc. So follow me on Twitter and let's chat.
And I'm Jess Scholz. I head up our marketing division for the international teams at the Swiss media company Ringier. And today I'm going to be talking to everybody about all of the mistakes. Some of them I've made myself, some of them I've seen others make, some of them lots of people make, but all about pagination. So I will share my screen.
Yeah, if you get your slides up, and we'll dive straight in. Pagination, I think, is definitely a topic that people don't know enough about, so I'm really excited for this session.
So pretty early on in the SEO game, you're going to come across the challenge of pagination. And it's a very tricky level to pass because the rules keep changing, often because Google doesn't know what their own algorithm is doing half of the time. Like when they had to admit that their rel equals previous next hadn't been used in years. The purpose of these tags was to direct Google to consolidate the paginated series signals to the root page, which would then be the one ranked in search results. But it no longer worked that way and seemingly hadn't for a while. And with this one little announcement, the SEO community freaked out about how pagination was bad for SEO, that it eats crawl budgets and dilutes ranking signals, causes duplicate or thin content. And there are many examples of the web where this does hold true. But in most cases, this is caused by lack of correct pagination handling rather than the existence of pagination itself. And this is understandable because there is so much misinformation out there, recommendations that are outdated, poorly explained, or just plain wrong. I see pagination handling like a little game. There are many possible plays you can make to win, but you need to know what tactics will work best for each situation. So today, I'm going to take you through the 9 strategies written in the playbook of the internet. Starting with the easiest, what I've termed the lazy Pac-Man approach, where you handle pagination by doing nothing. And on the surface, this approach seems fine. Pagination is crawlable, indexable, has recognizable links to deeper pages, but eventually you're going to get eaten because it means putting your trust in Google to discover and understand how to treat paginated pages all by itself. And that isn't an SEO strategy. If there is one common rule of gaming, it is never give control over the gameplay to your opponent. There is always value in giving clear guidance to Google how you want them to crawl, index, and display your content. By doing nothing, you're gambling with your SEO. And at one point, it will be game over. Another very common but misinformed play is what I call the boggle Google approach, which encourages you to canonical all paginated results to the root page of the series in an attempt to consolidate the authority from the paginated pages to the root page. But canonicals will only be honored by Google when the content is the same, and this is not the case for paginated pages. So Google will likely just ignore your signal and proceed to crawl and index your pagination however they wish. So in the end, you're still not in control, but it's worse than doing nothing as you look like a fool and waste developer time. So again, that's game over and you have to hit the restart button. A popular approach in the past was to have your visitors play a game of snakes and ladders. Most of the time, this was done to bolster page views and ad revenues. So non-Google visitors were downgraded to a user experience based on a paginated series where they'd have to click and click and click again to consume little pieces of the total content, while those coming from Google, including Googlebot itself, would land on the canonical view all page displaying all the component page content. This is not only unnecessarily complex as it takes longer to crawl and process all of those pages, but it can be damaging to your brand due to the poor user experience for non-Google visitors. So let's make this super simple. If you can display your content on a single URL while offering acceptable load times, don't use pagination. And if you can't, well, then you're still going to need a proper pagination handling strategy. So many websites needed to hit the restart button on this one. But some refused to give up on the idea of having content displayed on a single page. And so they tried to implement something I call the double trouble approach, where you offer a single page user experience with infinite scroll, where all content is prefetched and added directly to the user's current page as they scroll down, or load more, where content is rendered upon the click of the view more button. Both of these approaches are often much more fun for the users, but Googlebot, it doesn't want to play your game. It won't emulate behaviors like scrolling or clicking, meaning that without help, Google can't crawl any destination page links that are shown after a scroll or click event. If infinite scroll or load more offer a better user experience, by all means, please do use them. But understand that for them to be SEO friendly, you have to convert the single page experiences into an equivalent paginated series, which means you still need to decide on a pagination handling strategy. And so we're back to square one. But maybe you're wondering, well, why is it important for Google to be able to crawl paginated pages in the first place? Because not everyone believes that it is. So they use what I call the connect for fail approach, an attempt to avoid the issue of pagination handling altogether by simply blocking Google from crawling paginated URLs, for example, with a robots.txt disallow. The perceived upside of this approach is that it saves scroll budget, but John Mueller has said many times that for most sites, scroll budget is overrated and not something you need to worry about. And for that perceived scroll budget win, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. If you're an e-commerce site, where are all your products linked? If you're a blog, how does Googlebot get to your articles? Not every piece of content can be linked on a root category page. Most are connected by links on pagination. So if you block crawlers, you're orphaning all of those deeper level pages. Now, of course, you shouldn't be relying on pagination for Google to discover your content. You should have XML sitemaps optimized for that. But it's not only about discoverability. It's also about the internal link equity or page rank that those pages pass to their destination content pages, which is important since the vast majority of content is not going to get any external links. By not crawling paginated pages, you'll impact the deeper level pages' ability to rank in Google search. And ultimately, you'll fail to make the connections necessary to win the game. So we need to crawl pagination to process the internal links. But you don't want paginated pages in the search results. So why not set a no index directive on them? I call that the Scrabble folly, where you end up arguing with Google about what's in a word. On the surface, it seems the only cost of no indexing pagination is the loss of those component page ranking signals, which should be minimal in any case, and without rel equals previous next, we have no way to pass those to the root page. The problem is a long-term no index tag on a page will eventually lead Google to no follow the links on that page as well. So again, all those deeper pages linked from pagination run the risk of being orphaned and not getting the internal links that they need. Essentially, this is just a slower way to get to the same negative outcome as blocking pagination crawling. And I think we've lost enough games by now. So let's talk about 3 winning strategies. The most dependable, I call the checkers gambit, because the implementation is rather simple, but you have to have a clear focus on the end game of overall organic sessions and be willing to sacrifice as necessary to get there. And to do this, you make your whole paginated series self-canonicalizing and indexable to get all of that lovely link equity for the deeper pages. The challenge is that every paginated page is then eligible to compete against the root page for rankings, as Google treats them just like any other page on your website. And so every so often, you will see paginated pages outranking the root page and pulling in the organic sessions. To dissuade Google from ranking the paginated page in the SERPs, you can purposefully modify the on-page elements to be suboptimal. For example, by communicating at the start of the page title, meta description, and H1 that it is a paginated page. Or if you have useful on-page text and an optimized category image, only show these on the root category page. Don't replicate them across all of the paginated pages. Now, this might not be the most elegant solution, but you need to keep your eye on the prize. By indexing paginated pages, you boost the ability of the deeper pages to rank. And this is a dependable strategy to an SEO win, but it's not going to earn you Grandmaster status because sites will still have hundreds, if not thousands, of paginated URLs. We know these are worth the crawl budget in order to process the internal links, but they may also be causing index bloat because the paginated pages themselves are intentionally suboptimal from an SEO perspective and link to all your deep content pages, no matter how old, and with no concern for quality. There are 2 plays you can make to combat this. The first I call the backgammon defense, where you leave pagination indexable only up to a certain point in the series. If you have a well-designed site architecture with appropriately deep categories, intelligent use of tags, and other taxonomy options, while it's unlikely every valuable deep page is linked from a root page, you can have the vast majority linked early within a paginated series. Then, you can make your paginated series partially indexable. For example, you could no index from page 10 to cut down on the index bloat and focus the crawlers. This can work extremely well for strong domains that organically thrive primarily off their fresh content, such as a breaking news site or a classified site, but would be an absolute disaster for sites built on evergreen content, or for weaker domains that need to rely more on internal links. So this can be a winning play if you know when to use it, trading internal links against crawl and paginated page indexing. But it is risky, so you need to test how it impacts your site. And lastly, for those who intricately understand and control the details of content strategy on their website, you have the chess variation, where the pagination rules themselves are exactly the same as the checkers gambit. All paginated pages are indexable with intentionally suboptimal SEO elements. The difference is what's allowed into the pagination. After all, you only care about internal link equity flowing to pages you're trying to rank, which is unlikely to be every piece of content that you have ever created. So for any historical content that is no longer SEO relevant, essentially your time-limited content, you can have an automated archive criteria, which after a certain number of days removes the content from the paginated series, XML sitemaps, and other areas that promote SEO visibility. If this works well, you can attack even harder by adding a no index tag or going all out and 410ing or 301 redirecting those pages. This strategy keeps pagination lean, ensuring crawl is invested mainly into fresh or SEO relevant content, reducing index bloat and focusing internal link equity exclusively on those pages that need it. But this play is reserved for grandmaster SEOs, as its implementation is extremely complex and it requires deep analysis. So let's review the strategy scorecard. There are many pagination tactics in use by sites today, which are misguided or outdated. So be sure that yours allows crawling, indexing, and passes page rank to destination pages that matter. And once you have those basics in place, you can test the impact of more advanced strategies, such as partial or rule-based pagination. Now, for those of you who were wondering, yes, I was inspired for the theme of this deck by the Queen's Gambit, and I hope you've all enjoyed this masterclass and feel confident to go and play the pagination game like a pro. So I hope there's now some questions for me and the other panelists.
Brilliant job, Jess. That was amazing. I think that is quite possibly the best just way of getting your head around pagination that I've ever seen. That was so fun. Thank you. Andrew, Liraz, what did you think?
I love when a deck is crafted around a story, and that was like a 10 out of 10 on that. That was amazing.
Totally. You saw the comment.
Yeah, particularly like number 7, where you're basically harnessing the power of negative SEO for good. Oh, I'm feeling very creative. Cool. So we've got some questions. So the first one in the panel was from Starcom Inc. saying, does any of this apply to having a read more button? Does this mean that content isn't weighted as highly as visible content? I feel like this is going to be a very much it depends answer, but take it away, guys. Do you want to go first?
I can answer from my own experience. Basically, I tested it. We lost a lot of rankings and a lot of, let's say when I cached the pages, I compared the versions of without read more or with read more. There were really great results, when we took off the read more buttons, because read more buttons are JavaScript, and most of the times Google doesn't reach the whole scrolling. It's like infinite scroll. It doesn't really reach the whole content. It's a lot of loading every time, and this is what we got. Once we got to remove the buttons for JavaScript read more, we just got the whole page cached. We saw Google doesn't have any difficulties with reading our content, and we just jumped in rankings. But this is just my experience. So in some sites, we can totally see the opposite, but it really depends.
Yeah. Andrew, have you had any issues with read mores and expandable boxes?
I've actually had the same experience that she just described, where pretty much exactly that. On the top of an e-commerce page, we had a read more button.
Yeah, I think it's very much how it's delivered, isn't it? If you're relying on JavaScript and that code and that text isn't visible to the bots, if they've got to click it, then it's not going to see it. Google can't click, as Jess kindly said, they can't click and they can't scroll. Very important for us to bear that in mind. So the next one is from Dan Saunders. I think, Jess, you might be the only one that can answer this. What steps would someone need to take to become a pagination chess master?
Well, the first step is lose many, 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 many games. Then you figure out a winning strategy and read the playbooks. You've just got to see what's out there, what's working. You really need to understand JavaScript if you do want to go down the infinite scroll route. You'll need to understand the importance of ahref links over on-click links or other creative things that developers love to come up with in their new JavaScript frameworks. And you're like, please stop with the new JavaScript framework. I thought we just stop with anything but vanilla JavaScript for a while. Yeah. And
it's like a grumpy old man, like, stop being new and different.
And I think to your point about lose a lot of games first, right, is that a lot of us have already lost those games, right? So learn from Jess's deck and try to not have to lose those ones that she just pointed out that already you're fighting a losing battle.
Absolutely. So we've got a new question in from Lauren Taylor. My boss thinks we should forego pagination and just pull up a table of content with all of our news and blog articles to avoid the pagination issue entirely. But is that a good user experience?
I would be concerned about scale. If you're going to keep that list down to 10, maybe you can get away with 15. That's okay, but how is that going to allow you to grow organically beyond that small set? I think if you're in a very clear niche where there's only 15 articles to write and you just keep those up to date, sure, go ahead. But if that's not, you're not in that 1% of you work in a very specific niche, it's probably going to hit a problem with scale quite quickly.
Yeah, and I would say sorting is going to be very important if you do go that route. Like if it is a limited amount of articles or something like that, the sorting of that is very important for that user experience. If that's what you're trying to keep in mind, you want the good stuff up top, but probably not a route that I would go if I had a ton of things to list on a single page.
Yeah, and it's definitely an issue of just like handling old content, right? I think, Liraz, did you have an experience with just handling old versus fresh content?
Well, totally. Like this is the day-to-day work routine. Like I think for everyone, we all the time keep doing like content audits, making sure the old content that we've done to make it evergreen. If it's outdated, let's remove it. Let's route it. Let's decide what to do with it. But this is like basically one of the daily tasks when I'm dealing really big sites and big corporations. Sometimes it started with a small startup and now it's a big corporation, lots of articles, lots of, so the CEO and founder used to write like a small blog from his office. It's generating a lot of money for the company. So we need to clean a lot of things. And by the way, like clean up is doing really amazing results for any site. Just don't be afraid to delete, to redirect, to refresh. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like really, like a really best practice.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people don't consolidate enough of their content, particularly if you're talking about the same thing over and over again. Just smush it all into one like amazing page. Obviously, that doesn't work all the time. Andrew, were you going to say something there?
No, I was just laughing in like agreement of, yeah, consolidation and deleting stuff is really nice, but also be careful, especially like I think you pointed out, like if it was the CEO's or owner's blog, like be careful deleting those ones.
We've got a question from Drew Marlier. can you point us to a specifically good example of pagination out in the wild?
There is a well technically implemented, although it looks terrible, example of infinite scroll pagination by John Mueller running around on the internet. So I can find the link and post it in the
infinite scroll done well.
Yes, infinite scroll done ugly. It is super ugly, but it's technically done well. Yeah.
I know it off the top of my head. It's scrollsample.appspot.com.
Thank you.
Wow, I'm going to totally check that out.
I've had to put that into Jira tickets. I know that well.
As an example of what your dev should be doing, is that what you used it?
I think it's a good implementation of an infinite scroll. Yeah, I don't know if that's what your dev team should be doing, right? As Jess pointed out, there's plenty of different winning strategies, and it's dependent on your site. But if you're going with the infinite scroll, I think it's a good option.
Nice, nice. I mean, I'll be honest, I very rarely have to deal with pagination. I am a massive fan of IA restructures, where I pull an entire site apart and rebuild it brick by brick based on the keywords. It's kind of like OCD and SEO colliding in this beautiful thing. And because of that, I've not really had to worry too much about pagination, but I think this talk has been so helpful if ever I have to come across that. What do you guys think?
Super. I think that most of the times SEOs doesn't really consider it as a strategy. Like it's let's say for WordPress sites, it's like one-off setting. You know, they don't even have to worry about anything. So I think if we run a poll on Twitter, like ask what are you guys doing with pagination, so most of the guys will say we're not doing anything, or maybe canonical to the first page. Like this is the max strategy. And I think the session has brought a lot of good tips and a lot of takeaways that, and of course we need to make sure that pagination, it has its own strategy. If it's an e-commerce pagination and the products are there, or even it's an article or evergreen articles, new articles, old articles, we have a lot of things to consider when we're talking about pagination. So this is a great session.
I think another thing to know, I just focused on the technical SEO implementation, but what your pagination looks like, how many links you choose to have there, that really does impact how Google will crawl through those pages. But you've got to balance that with a usable design on mobile. So a lot of people don't pay any attention. They're just like, oh, that's for the UX team to do, or that's just kind of like the developers just make it look like whatever they want. But actually, what you choose to have, if you have a first and a last page and then 2 links in the middle, or if you just have the next button, those two are very different in terms of how Google's then going to crawl through and discover those deep link pages.
Yeah, I think I saw a question earlier, like how deep is too deep? Because obviously we don't want things to be so many clicks away. So do you have a cutoff point?
I would say that's kind of my 8th strategy. I would cut off if I was a site that depended on time limit content for 90% of my SEO, then I would have a cutoff point. But if you're not a time limited based business model, then don't have a cutoff point, keep your site clean. It's harder, but it's worth it in the long term if you can pull it off.
Nice, nice. And are there any industries where you see pagination working particularly well? Ooh.
Well, I can't answer. Badly? Oh, I've got many.
Okay, what sector is the worst offender?
E-commerce, because they think they're the smartest.
I love that. I love that. And a question for you, Andrew. I think that one thing that comes up quite a lot is what is best practice versus what's actually easiest to implement. And I think you've had a bit of experience with that in your line of work.
Yeah, and I work in e-commerce too. So nice that Jess chatted that out. Yeah, I think it's best practice, and what can be done is always a balance, right? There's different teams that you have to work with to get these things done. Like Jess mentioned, there's dev side of things, just the technical things, and UX sometimes, especially at big organizations, completely different teams. So balancing that and making sure you're in those conversations. If they're having that conversation from a UX perspective about how many pages do we even list at the bottom, just be involved and, speak up in those meetings. Let them know what your point of view is, and then there's always a middle ground where you guys or all teams can get what they want. So I think just being in discussions that have something to do with this, you'll be able to get farther than just having to fix it after the fact.
Yeah, definitely. Liraz, any experience with having to kind of halfway house it because of developer resource?
No, actually, no. Actually, no. I have no experience with that. Like, we always try to prioritize it well, so Dev will get it like most of the time. So it's just a matter of prioritization, I think.
Yeah, nice. Lucky you. I think in SEO, a lot of what we have to do is compromise with developers and marketers, right?
Yeah. And data goes a long way in that, right? If you have data to show you're pulling up the coverage report in Search Console and saying, hey, these pages aren't getting crawled, but they're there in page 4, 5, 6, that's a very easy data point to show and get your point of view across.
Fab. Well, I think that wraps up this session with a minute to spare just to bring the other guys in for the next session. But thank you so much for joining me for this half hour. It's been an absolute joy. Thank you, everybody, for watching and for all of your questions over the past 2.5 hours. Thank you for sticking with me. This has been great. Yeah, and thank you guys for being my last session of this evening. It's been such a pleasure.
Honored.
Yes.
Awesome. Hello.
Hello. Oh man, that was fantastic,
Hello,
Jess.
everyone.
Oh my gosh.
Great job. Yeah, I loved it.
Awesome. We will leave you to it then. Have a great time.
Thanks so much, Paige.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye. Thanks. Awesome. Okay, so we are now halfway through it, and the sun has just come through the window here in Melbourne, Australia. Hi, my name is Nick Ranger. We're here for 5 hours of technical SEO, and welcome with me because, like, I literally feel like I have the best job in the world. I get to chat to extremely smart people, learn, and be able to ask all the questions that I want. And to be honest, like, we are absolutely blessed today with I'm going to try and say your name, and I tried to say your name correctly in the promo, so sorry. Bartosz? Góralewicz? Oh my gosh.
Close enough. I'll give you a pass for that. You did well.
That's kind of the best I can hope for sometimes. So thank you. And of course, Will Critchlow and Cindy Krum. Awesome. So how are you guys this morning?
It's like almost 10 p.m. in here, but I guess we're all like, I think everyone is in a different time zone, but yeah, it's good. I loved the previous sessions. I can't wait for hours. And I wanted to say a quick thank you to both Cindy and Will, and obviously you, Nick, for helping me out throughout this obviously the best session. The whole
Clearly,
yeah.
We're very excited to hear what you have to say, Bart.
Absolutely.
No pressure, right? Okay,
absolutely.
So should we get started? Like,
let's get cracking into it.
Okay, so now comes the awkward part. I'm gonna try to share my presentation. It's always a bit tricky. But
while you're doing that, I'm just going to remind everybody, as we're at the halfway point, if you've just tuned in now, I'm going to do like a little blog for SEMrush. Hit that subscribe button, smash that like button, and click on the notification bell to be able to see all the new videos that will be populating in the feed, to see all the newest, latest things from your favorite SEOs around the world.
It might just be working. Okay, so I don't want to jinx it. I had PowerPoint crash on me recently. I hope it's not going to happen tonight. Anyhow, thanks everyone, and let's just get to it. So today I want to go over some like real problems behind indexing, something that we found out through our work with clients. And before I move into, my name is Bartosz Góralewicz. I'm a CEO of OneLee. We're deeply specialized in technical SEO, but recently we're focusing quite a bit on both rendering SEO and indexing issues. And this is what we're going to go over today. And the link to this deck is going to be on the last slide, so no need to take notes, obviously, if something is on a slide. And let's move forward. So I want to start with a personal story. So when I got invited to speak here tonight, or this morning, I started to prepare a little bit. And we've been researching indexing for a while now, and the truth be told, it gets quite boring sometimes, because we, like behind the scenes, probably Will can relate to that a tiny bit. It's all about proxies, then Google going after us and banning our proxies because we're scraping Google, then scraping sitemaps of our clients, and then Google, those websites will ban our proxies because, again, we're scraping their sitemaps, more proxies, and so on. So this is a fairly boring task if you look at that. And lockdown in my house throughout COVID, my mind started to play tricks on me. And at some point, I really felt like Google is starting to challenge me a bit, because it started easy with those captchas with like boats, something that we all know. Then they wanted hills and mountains, even though I couldn't find any. And then I was like, just like, what the fuck is this? So after a lot of thinking and a quick doubt, if maybe I became a robot here, locked down in my house, I understood why we as an SEO community do that one thing. I felt a very strong urge to do something that we all hate as a community, a correlation study. I know we all can relate to one thing that we all hate, correlation study, because we all know that if it correlates, it's true. So I wanted to see what's going to correlate with indexing. So I called Tomek, our head of research and development, and he said, like, we have 1 million URLs in our database. Something has to correlate with these. So I was like, amazing. This is what I'm going to talk about at 5 hours of technical SEO, because this is going to be clearly amazing content. And the result was like 160 columns filled with data. And we were praying that one of these columns will correlate with is indexed. Long story short, results were underwhelming. It turns out that no clear metric would correlate with our whole database of just being indexed. So as there is no single problem that I can talk about today, I wanted to go over all of the different problems that are behind indexing. So in general, indexing is more complex than just crawl budget. This is something that we need to start with straight away. And just quickly, definition of indexed simplified is basically if it's on Google, it's indexed. So that's behind us. And looking at all these big brands, this problem is bigger than we can think about sometimes. So if you look at Myntra or Victoria's Secret or Amway, Best Buy, like Victoria's Secret with 81% of their URLs indexable, unique URLs, not in Google's index, this is getting quite serious. So looking into these problems, we realized over the last few years of researching that indexing is way more complex than just JavaScript SEO, because indexing was connected to JavaScript quite often and crawler budget. And I quickly found 4 main kinds of indexing problems. So one of these being URL indexing, the simplest possible way. So if your URL is not in Google, then we have URL indexing problems. Second would be mobile first, related indexing problems. And then third one, JavaScript related indexing problems. So if something is not visible with JavaScript, it's switched off, it's JavaScript. And the last one, the most complex one and the most challenging one, is layout or quality-based indexing. And this has to go a lot of rendering and so on, but we'll get to those. So let's start with a very simple chart of how indexing works. So we basically start with discovery and the whole line, but there are 2 main moments when so each URL has to be crawled and rendered to get to being indexed or partially indexed. And over the next few years, indexing is going to be more and more of a problem. And this is not me looking into the future, but this is really becoming a challenge for Google and other search engines as well, where the internet is getting bigger and bigger, especially now with COVID and a lot of brands just jumping online to sell their products because of the lockdowns and so on. But also those technologies are getting more and more expensive to render and to process. So Google is becoming overwhelmed quickly. And this is something we can see. This is something that Google is starting to talk about openly. So if we look at tweets of, for example, Gary Ilch about Gary selection, index selection, I'll go over just a very quick crash course of what index selection is. Just 1 minute crash course here. So basically, index selection for dummies, we have a search engine and there is a queue. Google has limited resources, so when there is more storage or more resources available, they might index those less attractive URLs from the end of the line. But at the same time, if they don't have enough resources, they may ask you to leave to make room for better URLs. Oh, and there's just one more thing at the very end. You need to have good content, indexing strategy, links. You need to be crawled and rendered to even stand in this line. So this became very, very complex quickly, because now if we add up those two metrics, so limited resources from the search engine plus index selection, we have brand new challenges. So let's start with a little warm up and let's look into URL indexing. So let's start with a very simple example from Topshop. We have shoes, white shoes, and this URL is not indexed in Google. This is fairly simple. This is a very simple thing to diagnose, but we need to watch out for one thing, a lot of false negatives. So Google is kind of playing tricks on us with the side comment quite often. I would assume that you maybe saw that in the wild. And there is a very simple solution for now that works. Obviously, we can get into a whole different presentation or a whole session about how to avoid that. But just use any keyword that's showing up within the page, like a brand name or a part of text, and you can then make sure that this URL is really not indexed in Google. So this is a fairly good method so far of going over this problem with a side comment. Moving forward, there are a few main causes of URL indexing, and again, this is the simplest possible problem. It's usually content quality, index bloat, or crawler budget issues. So this is the simplest possible indexing issue we can encounter, but now let's dive into a few more geeky, more complex ones. So partial indexing is something that I'm extremely passionate about because it's really a different beast with each website that you're going to look into. So if we're going to look into mobile first, this is very, very simple. If you have something visible on desktop and it's not visible on mobile, with mobile first indexing, Google won't index that. So this is very straightforward. Again, example from Ukes, we'll see that desktop site has a made in Italy part, but this part is not visible on mobile, and boom, Google didn't index that part of the content. This is very straightforward. And there are two ways of indexing, of diagnosing those indexing issues. So one simple way, something I usually do, is just a side-by-side visual comparison. So basically look at both versions. But if you really need to diagnose that for a client, or you're doing that in depth, or there's a lot of content, you can use diff checker. It's a little bit more complex. There's a desktop version of the tool, there's an online version, and basically see which part of the content are not visible on a mobile. Fairly straightforward. So make sure that everything that's visible on a desktop is visible on a mobile as well. This was also covered by Googlers a few times. So this is, again, fairly straightforward. So now let's move into JavaScript indexing. This is a little bit more geeky when it comes to fixing those problems, but it's fairly easy to diagnose if you have it. So if you think about this new shiny JavaScript frameworks that your developers are probably proposing to you all the time, make sure that you know about the costs that come with those frameworks. because JavaScript indexing trends, they tend to go down over time, something we're watching over the last few years, that Google is indexing less and less of JavaScript content. So before we move forward, we need to address one thing with JavaScript websites. So if you remember those good old times when only some websites were JavaScript powered, those times are gone, just like Walkmans or Kodak film or floppy disks or PDAs, something I even struggle to find pictures of online. Because in 2020, WordPress, Magento, even Wix or Shopify are usually somehow JS powered as well. So you will have some of the content depending on JavaScript, even if you're on WordPress, something that again makes Googlebot and the web rendering service a little bit unhappy at times. And at some point, I had a conversation with John Meller in Zurich when I asked, okay, John, if Google is getting better with JavaScript, with rendering, so is JavaScript SEO dying in a way? And John said something that I didn't understood fully at the time. He mentioned that JavaScript is not dying, it's just getting more complex. So I translated that for all of us. So in simpler terms, JavaScript SEO is not dying, it's getting a little bit more fucked up, or even if we want to show that simpler, JavaScript SEO kind of leveled up over the last few years. So this is something we're going to struggle with. So JavaScript SEO moved towards JavaScript indexing and rendering. So we need to understand a few more things to fully diagnose JavaScript-powered websites. So let me show you a few, like a very simple example. So this is Topshop with and without JavaScript. And again, fairly straightforward. The URL is indexed, but the part of the content that relies on JavaScript, in this case, this whole part of the website, why not try? With JavaScript switched off, it disappears. So as you can imagine, this part is not indexed in Google. Again, very simple to diagnose, a little bit more complex to fix, but you can spot those problems fairly easy. The URL is indexed, JavaScript dependent content is not indexed. But now to understand in depth the JavaScript related problems, we need to look under Google's hood a little bit and look into web rendering service. And Google mentioned, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, that at some point they will interrupt scripts. And we started to look into what that means actually, because then this is a very conflicting message from Google actually, when a lot of Googlers will tell you different things about how and when they will do that. So we looked at rendering from a search engine's perspective. We spent a few months with Tomek in Google's patents, and we figured out that there are two different ways of looking at the website. So one is how you see a website in your browser, and one is how Google is looking at your website through batch optimized rendering. And if we look at those two problems, so on the left-hand side, you will see H&M's page in your browser. On the right-hand side, you can see that Ask Google, but look at that. And let me explain that step by step. It's going to be fairly straightforward, I hope. With step one, batch optimized renderings skips all of the resources that are not essential. So they will ignore Google Analytics, ads, and images, which is actually quite interesting, but we'll get into that. And if you look at that page, H&M's page, after removing all of those elements, and I usually move a little bit slower in Chrome DevTools, you will see that this page looks just like on the screenshot before. And what it does, it massively reduces the load needed to render the page. And you can see the scripting move down from 2000 milliseconds just to 700. So you can see that this saves quite a bit of resources for web rendering service. The second step, they will set the value on a virtual clock. I will explain virtual clock in a second, but they set the value on a virtual clock. That clock's time runs out and your layout is generated. And that's everything. But now let's dive into what just happened. So we have two most important metrics just to simplify this research. So we have a virtual clock and we have layout. And virtual clock is basically a form of rendering budget. And this is an extreme simplification. We don't want to dive into that too much, but virtual clock is just a rendering budget. Virtual clock looks at the cost of your website's rendering, and it's going to pause while waiting for scripts, when something times out, when waiting for a CSS file, it's not going to run. So that virtual clock only measures the time spent rendering your page. Hence, virtual clock, I guess. And the scripts and CSS, script and CSS heavy websites will need more time on that virtual clock. The problem is that they most likely they're not going to get it from Google. So now the most important thing happens, something that I find fascinating. So when the virtual clock's time runs out, your website's layout is generated, regardless of if it's finished or not. So you will find, so basically this slide is showing the reason for partial indexing that depends on JavaScript, or sometimes even CSS if you're gonna go really crazy on your styles. So that's where JavaScript SEO is gonna finish, or we're gonna enter rendering SEO. And let me give you a quick crash course into rendering SEO, something that we're talking about for a few months now, something that we're very passionate about. I believe that rendering in Google started around 2011. So before 2011, let's call these pre-layout times. And around 2011, according to Google's patents, Google started to render pages. And that's also quite interesting. That's where Google Panda was introduced and some of the content quality updates. So we can assume that Google started to render content around 2011. Again, this is our theory. This part wasn't confirmed by Googlers yet. So layout versus rendering, looking at these two new findings. So Google Patents have a lot of focus on layout. We're actually hoping to find more technical info in those documents, but we found that there is a huge pressure on layout. And we can see that content location matters, and these patents are not always around just rendering. There are sometimes about links, but we can see that everything that's above the fold is more important. That's one example. Or we can see that some sections of the page are going to be more important than others, and that goes in line with what I'm going to talk about indexing in a second. So we can see that JavaScript SEO and just seeing the content, something we're focused for the last few years, is way less complex than layout and different parts of the website and all these other problems that we're going to dive into in a second. Something we all know that some sections may get more link juice. This is actually an example from Google Patents, exact example. Yeah, sorry, it's late here. But anyhow, this is an example from Google Patent that more top stories at CNN.com will have higher probability of being selected. And this goes about links, but I believe that the same logic was used for content. Let me show you an example. So we have those database of million URLs that don't correlate with anything. So we see that parts of the page that are not indexed are very often those related items you may also be interested in, or customers who bought this item also bought, and you know the type of the page. Just to show you that in a whole view of the page, the main content is usually indexed, but in most cases, and it goes to like 80-90% of times it's not indexed, you will see that those similar items and the stuff that's below the main content's description is not indexed in Google. So going even more beyond JavaScript, this brings us to the fourth and the most geeky kind of partial indexing, and this is layout-based indexing issues. We can also call it sometimes quality-based, but it's we're still looking for a good name. So if you have something in mind, you can tweet it. We're open to suggestions. So this is a page from Target, and if you look at that, it looks straightforward. Like, okay, the URL is indexed. It's actually quite interesting to see that, because Target is also struggling with indexing. But if we dive deeper into the page, we can see that this whole section in the bottom is not indexed in Google. And we're going to get into a few more elements of that page that are struggling with indexing, but this goes more or less within that pattern we're seeing for most e-commerce stores, for most big brands out there. But it's going to get, so this is an example of that layout-based or quality-based indexing. We can assume that Google skipped this part because they didn't find it necessary enough to index. So it goes in line with what we're showing here. But if we look at all these partial indexing problems, they're not that serious until they all come together. So let's investigate that page from target.com again, and we'll find the whole something that excites me quite a bit with all these 4 problems of all these 4 kinds of indexing problems within one page. And this happens for most of our clients. They struggle with all 4 problems somehow combined. So this page from target.com is struggling with URL indexing on a domain level, but then the middle part struggles with both JavaScript and mobile indexing problems, and the bottom of the page is struggling with indexing, most likely because of those quality problems. Let me show you that. Let me divide that into a few more slides. So if we look at URLs at the domain level, 87% of target.com is indexed in Google. So they have only 13% of URLs not indexed. This is fairly good. But if we look at the top of the product description, again, 87, so it's in line with URLs. But the product description itself, it goes down to 62. So we have 40% of product descriptions throughout the whole target.com that are not indexed. But moving lower into the page, if we look at the more to consider section, only 43% of those elements, in 43%, only this part of the page is indexed. So we see that this page in general is struggling with all these 4 kinds of indexing problems for 4 different reasons. So this combined effect is something that's actually driving those visibility problems, all those problems we're talking about. So to address indexing, just to go through that process step by step, we need to divide all these different problems. So we need to look on which elements depend on JavaScript. Maybe there are quality issues with URLs, index bloat, and so on. Maybe there is something going on with mobile first, and all these problems fixed, they can get your website indexed. And what's actually most important, let's talk about results of that. That's going to get you tremendous results. So if you address all those 4 problems at once, because it rarely happens that you only struggle with one, you will see very good rankings and you will see very good improvement. That's it. I think I did it quicker than I expected. I know we were a little bit behind time, so thank you so much. The link to this deck, as promised, is here, and don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thanks so much.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Wow. That's really awesome. I think this applies to a lot of people. I don't know about everyone else out there, but I feel like right now is the time for site migrations, or just like iterations where they're like, you know what, there's this like really cool shiny thing that I want to implement on my site. And then you come to work the next day and you realize like, oh, okay, we're massively bleeding organic keyword rankings, and you realize that they've just pushed all of this JavaScript live, which they haven't consulted you about. Sorry, triggered, very, very triggered. We've got a whole bunch of really, really amazing questions, but Cindy, I think you wrote this question in, which I kind of would love to start with because it's, you know, it's happening right now in this space. So how do you think the announcement about passages and subtopics relates to indexing? I love that.
Help it.
Sorry, is it for Cindy? I'm sorry. I'm still, it's for me. Oh, I'm.
No, it's for you. It's for you.
Yeah, sorry.
I heard passage indexing. I was like, this is Cindy's baby. But yeah, basically, passage indexing, it's a little bit different than what we're talking about. So in general, passage indexing is not about partial indexing. It's just about taking a part of the content from the page and treating those as an entity. Something that Cindy can do. Cindy, help me out here. This is your topic.
Well, it was my question.
Oh, that was your question.
To get your idea.
So in general, your question doesn't go into what I was talking about, like at all. This is a whole other, I think, part of the problem, maybe not problem, algorithm.
But perhaps, so I wonder though, Google being able to understand the different parts of the page and ignore parts, and stuff like that. That probably
Right.
is relevant for passage indexing, right? Because we can say we're not going to take passages from the related items or the sidebars, and maybe chunking Google's ability to understand the pieces of the page might be more sophisticated than what you had diagrams. Maybe it can chunk it in even smaller pieces. That's kind of where I was coming
that makes
from.
sorry, I'm
What do
still
you
in the
think about
presentation mode, but in my head. But that makes sense. I think that Google is really and this is something that Martin Splitt said in our webinar, that they can understand parts of the page fairly well, so they can rank it just because an element with it. So again, passage indexing. So this is something that was said, I think, half a year ago or so, a few times, that they're getting very, very good at dividing. Okay, this is a website about bikes, but this element of the page is about motorbikes or whatever. So this is not that relevant. So we can either skip indexing that, or we can assume that with passage indexing, they may rank it for a whole other group of keywords, something like that, I would assume.
Well, and Google's talking about with the subtopics, they're talking about creating subtopics within a search result. So maybe that means that long pages can find not just the passages, but also chunks by subtopic. You know what I mean? To say this is relevant and this is relevant.
I can imagine that. We're mostly focused on the stuff that Google is not indexing, so we didn't actually stop to think about what they are indexing. So this is I know this is in line with your Fraggle theory quite a bit. That's why I was assuming this question goes to Cindy. But yeah.
Can I have a follow-up, Nick? It's totally actually it's a different question, but I have a question that I want to make sure to get in. Is how Bartosz, how are you getting those stats on Target, which is such a big site, to know that 60 blah 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 % of pages are missing the related items? Is that an internal tool that you use?
So what we do, and this is gonna sound bad, but we scrape sitemaps of big websites. So that's why we don't have Amazon. They are very, very secret about their sitemaps. We wished we have like Amazon sitemap. I'm gonna pay you $1,000 to see their indexing stats. But anyhow, we're scraping sitemaps. We're then looking into which URLs are indexable, because people put a lot of junk in their sitemaps actually. So we analyze their sitemaps, we filter out all of the not indexable content, and then we run that day by day. So we see, okay, this URL was published, let's say today. So we're gonna check if it's indexed today, then after 7 days, and after 14 days. And we'll see how that goes in time. So that's URL indexing, but then we kicked out into this topic quite a bit, and then we started to look into the parts of the page quite a bit. So for example, with Target, we looked into all the sections that we could put into our software. So if there is something that's like related items or product description, if we can somehow tag it, we do that. So then our bots go into the page, see if that content is within the page, and then we see if that part of the page is indexed. Hence all the proxies and captchas and all these other problems. But we do that on a massive scale now. We're really hoping that Google is not going to ban all our proxies at some point. But we this is so exciting. We didn't even publish all of our research, but we get to see so many different problems. And now we have a massive research about sitemap and hreflangs that Google is somehow starts to ignore them. Hence a lot of the indexing problems for big brands recently. But yeah, I can go on and on. Sorry.
Very glad somebody's doing this research. Awesome. Quite glad it's you, Bartosz, not me.
Oh, absolutely. I'm like, ooh, watch this space, because I can't wait to when that comes out.
Oh, please don't. Please don't. I wouldn't worry about a lot of SEO, but not you will.
All right, let's go into user questions. So we've had lots of really, really great questions come through. This one's from Pragyanshu Lab. You've asked a couple of questions, but I think this one's really good. In Google Search Console coverage, 70 to 80% of pages are under excluded. How do you make them valid? Categories are not parked in discovered, currently not indexed, and crawled, currently not indexed. So what would you do there I'll put it to the group, and whoever wants to jump in, jump in.
Can you show the question again? Sorry. I can jump in unless I want to give them
Go in.
so
Go in.
What I would assume that you should also see, as far as I remember this, you should see different reasons underneath this tab, so you can see like Google shows the different canonical or whatever from the top of my head. But in general, I would look into these excluded URLs and analyze them. So if you see, sorry Nick, can you see that 70-80% are under excluded? I'm looking to the YouTube delayed YouTube stream to read that. So if they were crawled but not indexed, what I would do is look under different reasons listed in Search Console underneath that report. But then the second thing I would do is just crawl the whole website with like write or something that's going to analyze if there are duplicates. Maybe there are some other problems. I wouldn't assume that this is a technical problem. I would rather assume that in this case, this would be a quality issue, something in this ballpark. 70-80% is really bad, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It makes content too. And what I've seen is you can export from GSC just the lists that are in that 70-80% and then put that through the crawler as a list.
You can
also with bearing in mind, sorry, Bob.
Yeah, you can always find Tomek. I mentioned in the presentation, Tomek Rudzki on Twitter, and just send it over to him. He loves this. Like, this is his hobby.
His guilty pleasure.
He's gonna look into that and he's gonna love it. But yeah,
I would say it's very much worth bearing in mind that the objective here may not be to get those pages included. You may find that the better option is actually to not have those pages, at least some of them. This could be a site that has too many pages for its authority. These pages are too similar to one another, just low quality and not valuable to the users. So I wouldn't rule out the idea that actually you should be kind of truncating some of this site.
I don't want to offend anyone, but with 70-80%, I would be shocked to find that this is all amazing content. So that's what Will said.
I'm not taking the other side of that bit.
What Will said in a Polish accent, so you know.
Brilliant. Yeah. Right, our next question comes from Kevin Moore. How does a headless CMS such as Cockpit fare out for SEO? Has anyone here worked with Cockpit? Anyone got any good, bad experiences?
So others may be able to speak specifically to the specifics of Cockpit, but I think fundamentally there's nothing about a headless CMS that would make any difference. Right, from my technical understanding of how that would all hang together, there's nothing fundamental that would mean, depending how the CMS is put together, you could build different front ends. And in fact, that's kind of the fundamental point of headless, right? Is you can build many different presentations of the data. And so it could rely on JavaScript, it could not rely on JavaScript, it could be fast, it could be slow. I guess it won't change the quality of your content.
What Will said, just by the definition of headless, I'm not seeing like a technical problem with that, unless you build something really bad on the front end.
Just pre-render everything, right, Bartosz? Make sure everything's pre-rendered and executed server-side rather than client-side if you can.
Emphatic nodding.
There could be hundreds possible scenarios, but I would probably go with what Cindy said.
Like you would create a default one for the bot.
So I would make sure what Cindy said, that this is server-side rendered, would be my number one step.
Yeah, definitely. Go to the source code webpage, see the fetch contents. If it's server-side rendered, you'll only see in the HTML boilerplate than if it's client-side rendered.
Correct. You're muted, Nick.
Oh, that's fantastic. Awesome. No one heard anything.
We are all guilty of that sometimes.
Oh, man, absolutely. This next question comes from Dan Saunders. What are the key red flags you look for when I think your presentation already did a great job, but maybe just like a little wrap up.
So in most cases, just sorry for pardon my French, just shit content and just poor indexing strategy. So if you if you don't have like something I didn't say in the presentation, so information architecture would be number one, indexing strategy, all the faceted navigation problems. Like I would go with, again, full crawl. See, like if you have 100 products, but then you have 10,000 URLs, I would start to worry and look into that first. Like this is a general question. Sorry, I can't go with anything better. It depends.
No. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely. It feels like a lot of these are their symptoms, right? So as I think as Bartosz has said, like the indexing, it's not like you do indexing wrong on your website. You can do many different things wrong that can result in indexing problems. So I guess if we're interpreting this question as this is about red flags, so I guess it's how do you know if you have indexing problems? And I think you start with I think there's two directions to come at this from. There's how confident are you in the quality of your content, the information architecture, all the fundamentals that Bartosz mentioned. So you're less likely to have these problems if your website is very well set up, great content, sensible URLs, it gets crawled well, etc. I think literally the red flag. So I guess there's crawling issues would be a red flag. So any kind of like the question we had before, issues in Search Console or the like. Changes in this can underpin a lot of changes in performance, right? So if you think about kind of Google's assessment of content quality, that evolves with things like core updates and the like. So if you're seeing changes around those times, it's an area you can dig into a little bit more. I would say probably what you'll find is it'll be a spot check that turns this up, right? Somebody will discover that a key page isn't indexed. Or maybe not a key page, it's unlikely to be the homepage or whatever, but you like the Topshop, was it Topshop example that you pulled up, Bartosz used? So somebody will send you a link and say, hey, why isn't this page indexed? So somebody will notice it somewhere. I think more systematically, you could use the tools like the ones Bartosz is talking about to kind of do it at a bigger scale.
Just long story short, with that, I would just spend hours and hours in Search Console and in coverage report and just look into all the data you can find in there.
Yeah. Everything you've automated, it is possible to do by hand, right? It's just computers do it faster. So get a cup of coffee and do some spot checks.
I think awesome. So I'll ask the next question. Tiago Gon Calvez asks, what can we do to have the sections at the bottom of the pages to be indexed? That question flew up really, really quickly, but maybe this is pertain to with your fantastic tool at Onely, what would JavaScript do? And you can't see like the bit actually index.
So basically, Tiago, I would just make sure that they don't depend on JavaScript. Apart from that, we're mostly looking to the problem. We don't really know clearly what's causing that. What Martin Schmidt said openly, that if you have a product page of, let's say that you have an iPhone product page, and then you're showing like you may also be interested in Samsung, Google will skip that because they see that this is not clearly within the same intent. Let's call it that. So I would make sure that everything in the bottom of the page relates clearly to the top of the page. And if Google will index that if there is value behind that. So if these are like similar items, I wouldn't index that as Google. Like, why would I?
And Bartosz, when you say it's not getting indexed, that piece might not be indexed to the page, but Google could still be crawling those links. Is that right?
Exactly. So I don't see why, in every single example I was presenting, I don't see why I would index the bottom of the page when I was showing, I don't know, like chess thingy, whatever you call that chessboard, and then in the bottom of the page you have like lawn mowers. So like, what's the relation to that? Like, why would Google index it? But make sure, like in most of these cases, they somehow relate on somehow depend on JavaScript as well. So I wouldn't serve these with client-side rendering.
Yeah, so it's about trying to avoid the situation where they've been rendered after the cutoff, or for whatever reason aren't even getting seen, because then the links might not be counted silly, right? So if you're if they're pulled in with JavaScript but they're pulled in too slowly, they may just not be visible at all. So you definitely want to spot that problem. But yeah, like you're right. You don't want to have your chessboard page rank for lawnmowers just because it happens to recommend it in your related product. So it's not a very related product. But I have one question that I'm kind of curious about in here that I don't know if either of you have any experience of. Is Bartosz, I guess it might come up in your big data, but we know that they're futzing with the site command, right? The site command used to be super reliable back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Like
as in
back in the day.
Yeah. I'm old. I'm really old, Bartosz. And so back in the day, you could just
with that skin.
Site command was always reliable.
Like 1925. Okay.
Yeah, like steam powered Google. So, but if we're saying now that they're, or we've all seen, right, that it's not reliable if you just do site : individual URL to see if that one page is indexed. How sure are we that they're not futzing with it in other ways? So do we know that it's reliable to use the quoted snippet like you showed? Have you seen cases where a page can rank without the site : and then disappears with the site : for example?
So far we didn't, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to happen sooner than later because they
just for you at least, right? They're going to put in a if Bartosz flag.
Please don't jinx it. Like shut up. But they're watching anyhow. I'm pretty sure that they will get rid of the site command with the number of pages within the domain because they announced it, I think, recently, right?
I mean, it's already, I think, randomized and a bit obfuscated anyway, right?
Yeah, it's still not something I would rely on, but sooner or later they will kill it and all of our research is going to be gone. But yeah, for now, with the extra words before site command, it's 100%. It works very well for us. The problem is that they make it very difficult to scrape them, which I don't blame them for. But yeah, so far it works.
And one thing I'm not sure if you guys have seen, I'm guessing you have, but if a page is canonicalized to another page, even if the old page is old or something like that, Google can mess. Am I telling a secret you don't want me to tell, Bartosz?
No. Just I know what you're referring to. This is a massive pain in the. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
Pain in the butt. That they might show what it's canonicalized to, or they might show what it originally was. If there's 302s or 301s, they'll show the oldest one.
This is very painful in the Search Console. This is like the canonicalized.
They show that they care about history because they're like, we knew about this back in when we were in power.
We all know about recent tweet from John Meller that 301 is not the strongest signal for canonicalization, and this is a whole discussion of if we should have Google changing canonicals to URLs that don't return code 200. Something I will never comprehend, because why would you have canonical to a URL that's 301? That's, why would you choose a canonical that don't exist? Regardless of the books they're pointing me towards, this is not logical. But yeah, let's keep this topic. Let's move forward.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the next question comes from Robin Adamita. Do you think the defer meta attribute instead of the async will reduce the JavaScript loading issues, and Mantra and other websites will be more open to being indexable?
So Mantra is a very unique website with the SEO part when they have like. Okay, so Mantra is loading everything with client-side rendering as far as I checked the last time. And then they have the SEO box SEO div in code where they put all of the content below the CSR just for Google. So they have like very unique approach to serve content. So there is part of HTML below the real content describing what's in the CSR above. So in general, I don't think it's going to fix the problem. I would assume that for Mantra in this case and other websites just showing client-side server-side rendered content, so basically HTML is gonna be the solution. So if your scale is this big as Mantra, so it's one of the biggest e-commerce stores in India, I think, I wouldn't go ever with client-side rendering. So with JavaScript content facing clients.
Yeah.
And if Google is gonna like avoid those files, defer could help, but this is another patch to something that's broken.
Well, and another patch would be, it sounds to me like they're doing it in the wrong order. I would put the HTML above the CSR. Sorry, if you're going to patch things.
This is not nice to Myntra. I'm sure they're struggling with that internally for quite a bit. So I don't envy their SEO team having to work with that. So yeah, there's a lot of code debt they need to pay every day. So no, I don't want to shame them in any way. Just
awesome. You can always check the XHR responses in DevTools. You can actually see the actual data in response. Awesome. I'll move on to the next question. This one's again for you, Bartosz. I might just say Bart. I'm sorry. I blame my Australianism. How did you get the whole cache data to decide whether that part was indexed or not for such big domains?
So we didn't check all of the URLs, unfortunately. So we work on samples of a few thousand URLs per domain. Sometimes if we really want to dive deeper into like websites like Target, we worked with few of our clients, like huge e-commerce stores, then we go with few, like 10,000, sometimes more URLs. But this is this takes a lot of time, but we also are somehow limited to scraping sitemaps and new content. So we can only look at the new content. So even if the website is like 50 million pages, then they don't upload like 100,000 products per day. So we have to look at only new URLs to get the data of how long does it take for that URL to be indexed. So we look at samples, unfortunately. But with some of those, with actually a lot of those, we have Search Console access to our clients' data, and then we compare those. We actually have few articles coming about that.
Awesome. All right, I'll move on to the next question. I'm just going to skip down a few, if that's all right, guys. But Andy Beard asks, is there any points at all these days to use CSS to put top navigation below the main content in the source code? Oh, just put that out to anyone here on the panel.
Maybe. So we tested a not exactly this, but a variation of this in so at SearchPilot. What we're doing is running big SEO A/B tests all the time. And if you, I think you can read the case study. I think we published it recently. So if you go to searchpilot.com, case studies is in our top nav, ironically, and you can check it out. I think it's called something to do with restructuring HTML, and we did see we saw an uplift from only changing HTML ordering. There was no other change to the content. There was no other change to the site, except to shift things around. Now it wasn't top nav that we tested, so I'd say your mileage may vary. You'll need to test that yourself. But in principle, yes, it's possible. And
Can you say what changed?
So and I think I have the thing here. So it was to do with, I think it was we moved the sidebar, if I remember correctly. And where are we? Yeah. So the it was a coupon aggregator, and so there was a ton of information in the sidebar that was to do with the so for a given website, so an individual affiliate has pages on this site, right? And so the sidebar contains a lot of information about the website and very little information about the coupons. And obviously the intent is about coupons. And so the coupon content was all in the main body copy. So by moving the key intent up the HTML, that was essentially, so yeah, you could think less about what we moved down, more about what we moved up was the key piece that satisfied the core intent of that page, putting that as close to the top of the HTML as possible. I don't think that should work. Like I don't think that should make any difference. But we saw that in a split test. So I certainly wouldn't say for sure that moving your navigation around wouldn't work. I don't think it's a high ROI activity for anything but a kind of like peak optimized site.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you, Will. I would have no idea how to answer that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome testing. The next question comes from Haley Berginger. How do you think AMP is impacting mobile-first indexing? Do you recommend making all sites AMP? I'd go with this and plug Search Pilot and A/B tests here.
Yeah, so we have done some testing on this. I'm interested more on the pure kind of AMP side, like the theory side. I'll defer to the others a little bit, but we are testing some of this stuff. I think for the most part we've seen relatively. I need to check. We'll probably tweet something from Search Pilot to confirm what we have or haven't seen here. My understanding is that we've seen user metrics improve, but I don't think we've particularly seen major ranking benefits from.
So that's something that's something that we were briefly chatting about with Tom from Search Pilot as well. So something we wanted to test with Will with Tom from Search Pilot. So basically, I would assume that it might impact indexing in a way, but this is something where A/B test or something like that would work fairly well.
We have an active we have a customer who's actively running tests in this area. I just haven't seen the results of them yet, so we'll tweet some updates on this. I'm sure.
And if I had to guess, I would say that an AMP page is not going to have as much skipped content, and it's not going to have that render clock problem. So you're going to probably get a more comprehensive crawling and indexing of your text content. Yeah, there's just less risk there.
Though you are creating more pages as well, aren't you? So there's got to be more crawling going on, and there's canonicalizing going on, and I don't know exactly how much all of that there's a bit of magic, because when you canonicalize that, that's not a normal canonical, right? Like Google is not canonical. Google is sometimes choosing to display the AMP page. That's the entire point of the AMP page, even though you have it canonicalized to the regular HTML. So there's definitely some complexities. I'd love to, I think we could probably have a whole hour speculating.
So why we basically wanted to play with that idea is looking at Google, they run a lot of heuristics for like both code and sitemaps and everything like that. So I would assume that with AMP, this would be much easier for them. So that may somehow help, even though that you have more URLs with AMP that you would have.
It's certainly possible. Yeah.
So
it's also going to be super muddied. Yeah. Like I said, we can speculate a ton on this.
One more speculation is that if you're testing on a slow phone with an imperfect connection, few bars, they may switch in the AMP more aggressively.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to ask this last question because we've just got 5 minutes before Rick's presentation. But Hanya Petrovska asks, what is your opinion on AI-powered search platforms for internal search, or category pages or facets, which rely entirely on JavaScript?
That was a deep sigh.
That's Cindy.
Well, I mean, okay, so number one, Jess Scholz, who was on the previous session, has amazing thoughts and presentations on AI-powered search platforms and how to get these things indexed and how to prevent bad indexing of some pages and over-indexing and stuff like that. So I would research what she's written and presented about that, number one. Number two, faceted navigation is tough. And do a good job with your sitemaps. What, Bartosz, you must know, or Will, about the best newest stuff to do for faceted navigation? There's a lot of old strategies, but is there something new?
I mean, I would certainly say we need to break this question down into the three pieces. So there's a question about facets and category pages. There's a question about whether they're generated with artificial intelligence, and there's a question about JavaScript. And I think each of those is somewhat independent. So I think taking quickly that my view is whether you use artificial intelligence to generate them or not, neither here nor there. Like it depends whether they're good. Like you can make good ones or bad ones with artificial intelligence. And so I think that's kind of independent. I think, what you were saying, Cindy, like the category pages and facets can be complicated to get right. I don't have super up-to-date data. I know that, again, there's a bunch of stuff we're running tests on to test different canonicalization levels or like which facets exist and don't, but I don't have perfect data for you on that right now. And for the JavaScript, over to you, but I think I know what you're going to say. Over to you.
So that's the only question from somebody from Poland, and I'm struggling to fully understand that. So that's very embarrassing. Sorry, I'm very sorry, Hania, for that. But yeah, I would. We have someone in the team who's actually more of an expert in that area than myself. I wouldn't tackle this question today.
With the faceted navigation, the older advice is to make sure you still have static URLs. And to not dynamically build the URLs. And if you are dynamically building the URLs and you can't help it, then to canonicalize to a single path to a product instead of, and canonicalize that breadcrumb navigation as well. So that even if people get to your end level conversion page in a creative way, you are sending the bots in a consistent way.
Yeah. It's I actually recently had to implement that on a really large e-commerce website where just exactly what you were saying with faceted navigation, it was dynamically creating all these filter generated URLs which are all being indexed. So we had the crawl look at 5.4 million URLs. So yeah, we use essentially kind of like a regex canonical and pointed it back to the root URLs. That is
Yeah, with this question, I only just froze on if the whole facet navigation is generated with JavaScript, it would probably be on-click events or something like that, so it shouldn't be crawled. So I actually completely stopped here because if it's JavaScript, it shouldn't be clickable by Googlebot. So
I think there's two different ways. I think we're going to run out of time, but I could imagine versions of this that are generated with JavaScript that could be indexable. But I think our general, or I think probably all of us would say, if you can, get it server-side rendered, right? Like even if you're going to generate this stuff with artificial intelligence and JavaScript, render it and put it in your HTML.
What I can offer, Hania, just after this, feel free to just email me the website or the case. We're happy to look into that and give you something a little bit more clear than what I'm trying to.
That's all right.
So yeah, thank you.
Guys, we're going to have to finish up there. And I think it's a really great place to finish. Thank you so much, Bart. Thank you so much, Will and Cindy, for all of your expertise. Guys, go and find them later. I think we need to move very quickly on to the next presentation. But thank you so much for your time. So I'm going to welcome into the chat now. We've got Rick Rodriguez and Dawn Anderson and Duane Forrester on the line. Oh, look at you guys going there. Awesome.
Hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I mean, that feels like the buzzword of 2020, right?
Right? There we go. Yeah, coming in loud and clear. Hey, Rick. How are you doing, mate?
Oh, very well, thanks. It's 9:30 here in the UK, so getting to the end of the working day. I know it's super early for you, and Duane, it's just the morning, right?
Perfect time for me. Just afternoon. This is great. I love this conference. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Hell yeah.
And of course, we're joined here with Dawn Anderson. How are you doing this morning, Dawn? Oh, sorry, this evening.
It's getting quite late now, as Rick just said. Yeah. No, I'm great. Thank you. Yeah. Really enjoying the session so far. Yeah. It's been good. I've watched it all the way through. It's been really good to watch. Yeah. Good quality.
Yeah. 100%. We've only got half an hour for this, and I really want to get stuck into the questions. So, Rick, do you want to take away with how knowledge will define the future of search and what to do about it now?
Yeah, for sure. So let's get a screen share going on. So the topic is how knowledge is going to change the future of search and what to do about it. And honestly, I'm honored to be joined by such amazing people on the panel because there are some of the experts in this field. So I really want to spend as much time as we can getting into questions. So like you, so I thought we'd just start with a level set of what do we mean by knowledge? Why is it important? Why does it matter? And that will lead on to a great conversation, I'm sure. So I think the first point is we're living in an age where we as people are constantly being pushed to ask for more. There's the whole idea that attention spans are dropping, but actually it's more that engagement rates are dropping and people's propensity to engage is decreasing. But ultimately, we are hungry for more information as we get more and more intelligent services. I think we've all seen a graph that looks like this in terms of in the context of search. It's the classic keyword graph, right? It's the idea of head terms being the high volume, high competition stuff, the mid tail being the kind of middle competition, middle volume stuff, and the long tail being the low competition, but also super low volume stuff. And I think we're all really used to this. The problem is, or the challenge with this is a great way of thinking up until the point where we started asking more complicated and complex questions. 15% of searches are totally brand new every day. There's 800 million searches a day, if you believe the numbers. 70% of searches are considered long tail, 3 keywords or more. And actually now you can go through the mid tail, as we call it, without actually having to search for anything else because you get answers directly in the search results. So this whole idea that we've got this traditional graph where you've got very nice even proportions, a very simple curve is great, except actually it's more like the Nike swoosh these days, where you've got a load of terms that are not that high number of volume in terms of how many they are, but high volume in terms of people that search them. They're still high competition. You've got this kind of mid-tail that sort of doesn't exist, or at least it's something where people can interact and use the SERP features to find out more and engage with. And then you've got this whole opportunity out there, which we consider as the long tail, which is where the majority of search is happening these days. And that's awesome, right? That's a really cool place to be. But that, and ultimately what that means is we're getting searches that look like this, right? This is a search that we might 10 years ago have typed into the search engines and realized, we got terrible results back. And I think a key takeaway is that Google, and I'm sure everyone on this webinar knows that Google isn't looking at this anymore and going, well, let's match words to words and let's find a website that has this exact phrase on it. It's saying, well, actually, this phrase can be broken down into lots of component parts. Best equals 4-star, tonight being, actually, it's not Friday, it's another day, but you get where I'm going with this. What we might not realize, so this is great. This is a long tail query. This is something that might only get searched once a year, but there might be, so many different variants of this that makes up that 15% of that long tail. Actually, what we are getting to the point of now is someone can search something like pizza near me, and because the user, and I'm going to reference a point that Duane made in one of her presentations I saw, which I thought was awesome. Like, the user is the query. Like, people have contextual information around them. They have history. They have demographic data, inferred intent. The phone or the device they're using has location data. And as a result, search engines, you can type in a very short query like this, which can, we'd expect to have certain results, and there'd be a very different result based on the user. So this whole idea of knowledge, this whole idea that there isn't just a set of results being matched to a set of words is really important. And for answer engines, and I'm going to use the word answer engines intentionally here, like, they're just not ready. And this ultimately is an opportunity for us, but it's a challenge for these machines as well. If we think of this idea of result approximation, so this is a piece of research I did using SEMrush data. Like, as the query gets more kind of specific, what we typically expect is that the number of search results, and let's say that in this case we're going to have queries that get longer by the number of words that are in them, we'd expect that the number of results would decline. It would be a smaller number of results as the query gets more and more specific. Actually, what I've seen from data that collected from SEMrush, and this is across an amalgamation across lots of different markets and lots of different verticals, is that the results length, the number of results as the longer the query gets actually increases up to a certain point. This is really interesting. It suggests that either Google is just bringing together, like, there's a bit of a knowledge gap that Google has, a search engine have, and intelligence services have, where they're bringing together shorter queries together to figure out, like, a group of results that at least makes sense for someone that does want to search more deeply in that instance. Or there's this whole idea of result diversity, which I'm really keen that we pick up as part of the questions, where Google is trying on different result sets to see what fits, to see what's right for the user. And that's where this idea of kind of different results and more results comes from. But ultimately, to get to this level of information, there needs to be some knowledge there. So I want to consider the idea of what a knowledge graph is. I think this is really important before we get into the sort of the question side. So the systems have evolved to understand us, not our inputs. So a lot of people, when we talk about knowledge graphs, wonder what we're talking about. Well, we're not talking about one of these. although the concept isn't actually unrelated. We're really talking about one of these, which is also known as a network, or it could be a spider diagram. But the point is, this is as much a graph as the thing on the left-hand side. It's made up of vertices, nodes, points of data, and edges, or the connections between them. And so you can have a topic like Italian cuisine that is very easy to relate to other components within the graph. Why this is really cool is because you can start to link data to get together that is non-uniform in a way that's really meaningful, way more meaningful than any other data structure. So in this case, we've got a simple data structure. We've got mozzarella cheese relates to margherita pizza, it relates to Italian cuisine. In this case, we've got a relationship, which is what we call a semantic triple. It's a subject-object relationship, a thing that relates to another thing with what we call the predicate, the information, the relationship that can be described in a certain way. And that's awesome. That's something that already gives you that extra level of detail than what a sort of normal, typical database might provide. And this is an example of how we can add this data together. So mozzarella cheese is used in margherita pizza, which is part of Italian cuisine. Actually, we can go one level deeper because each of our nodes can have descriptive attributes, can have these value pairs, these structured data in the sense of SEO that describe even more information about it. These don't need to be uniform between objects, and that means we can do really cool things with this. But to give you guys an example, this is what we're talking about in the context of the examples I gave before. So why is this really helpful? Well, traditionally, when it comes to relational databases, how many students are in a school might be a really easy question to answer, because if you've only got 4 students and you've only got one place you need to go for that, you can see there's 4, and the answer is very clearly 4. A knowledge graph, a graph database, can do exactly the same thing. You can see it probably hard to see with the purple, but we can still identify that there are 4 students in this example. This is a really simple question. When we ask a more challenging question, like how many GCSE students are female and take maths within a certain database, a relational database might need to go to several different groupings of tables to figure out this answer. That's a slow process. That's something that requires a lot of processing power. And if you imagine how responsive we expect search engines to be and intelligent services to be, like, this would be a really difficult way to do this. Perhaps it's one. Who knows at this point? Using a graph database, using a knowledge graph, this is a much easier query to answer, because you can very clearly trace back different attributes within different data structures, and you can get to the answer in this case that there is one. This is why we use knowledge graphs, or why we use graph databases specifically for these kind of more complicated data tasks where we're using tons of non-uniform data sets. So that's broadly speaking what we mean by a graph database, and clearly a knowledge graph is a type of graph database. And actually, let's talk about this in the context of what we mean in the web and what a knowledge graph in and of itself really is. So firstly, the web is a really broad and deep view into what it means to be human, right? It's not just a reflection of documents, it's all of the meaning of how documents relate to each other, interlinked and put together in a meaningful way. We can have these things called entities, these subject objects in the triple, the nodes in the network that tell us about things. And we can describe those things in terms of the things that make them up, the value pairs, which may also be entities in their own right. So in this case, West Ham United, a football team, might play in the division, the Premier League, and the Premier League might be a thing that has its own depth of data. And the reason why this is great is because you can ask a question like, who did West Ham play on Boxing Day last year? So if you guys don't know, Boxing Day is the day after Christmas in the UK. And the answer is very clearly Crystal Palace. And there's a very clear route to information. What's awesome about this data structure is that you can ask a question that's a little bit more complex. What type of aircraft fly out of London? Now, Airbus 321 probably doesn't have a very clear link to London as a concept, but you can get there by knowing that London has airports and the airports have operating airlines, and the operating airlines fly certain aircraft. So the links, the relationships between data, and then the depth of the data within those specific nodes is really important. And then you ask Google a query. Yes, it's going and fetching documents to bring it back to you, but what it's also doing is understanding what you're looking for in real world context, and that's really important. But to bring it back to this idea of a graph, like a more traditional graph, really what we're saying is that London and Airbus exist on 2 axes of this graph. And we're just trying to figure out, like, on a scale of London to Airbus 321, where do different things sit? That's one way of considering or thinking about how we're navigating a graph. Now, London connects to tons and tons of different things, and you can see very quickly how this gets to this kind of network structure, which is what ultimately we're talking about when we talk about a knowledge graph, right? It's lots of things that can be described in terms of the things that make them up that relate to other things in a meaningful way. And it's really important that we as search marketers, and particularly as technical SEOs, start to understand this, because when we talk about things like structured data, this is where that can make that can be really important to helping search engines both understand what you're about, but placing what you do in the context of all the things it already knows. Why do we care? Well, because people trust search engines, even if these systems aren't trustworthy in themselves, right? We know that search engines use subjective truth, data signals to figure out what is right and wrong. But recent study from Yext looked at the sort of trust in demographic data, and it showed that generally speaking, people felt like they didn't understand, or sorry, they didn't trust the data, or kind of didn't have a strong opinion about whether they trusted the data in Google or not. Actually, Path Interactive went one step further and looked at this on a different age group level. And what their data shows is that the oldest age group in their sample were 29% less trusting of the younger demographic, the 18 to 25. And of course, you can remember the 14 to 18s, the younger kids, the people that are just starting to use search engines are going to be even more trusting than that. So why am I going on about demographics and trust? Well, because ultimately, we're about to see the largest transfer of wealth that has ever happened in the kind of the history of man. Over the next 25 years, $68 trillion is going to move from the older generation, the generation that don't trust these search engines, don't entrust the information, don't trust the answers, to the generation that do. And if your brand, your business as a technical SEO, you're not structuring your data in a way that's meaningful, you are missing out on revenue as this generation comes to become your customers over the next few years. I set up an opportunity, and I'll sort of finish on this as a point so we can get into some questions. But the reason why this is an opportunity is because right now, there's massive voids in the data, right? There's holes, and solving them as search marketers must be our priority. One, because it's really good for the kind of future of the web to have that information provided and to provide this great resource for kind of generations to come, but also because from a revenue perspective, this is where search can be won. This is where if your brand isn't answering questions, and as a technical SEO, you're not structuring your data to make that an easy process, this is where you can make the biggest gains. This is data from Inlinks that looks at the recognition of how well documents or how well certain the knowledge graph API from Google can recognize certain concepts within documents. And what you see is that in law, about 40% of the time it's successful, and all the way down to like marketing content. Of course, that marketing content is the one that has the lowest level of understanding, typical, right? You're down to less than 10%. There's a 23% average recognition rate here. So that means that on average, the sort of amount of information that's recognized in documents within each of these topics is about 23%. But we've got to remember that's 23% out of a potential 100%, which means there's a whole world of information out there. Remember, that's probably represents 20% of, like that 20% of knowledge might represent 80% of the total searches that happen. But actually, if you're starting to claw back value in those 20%, as that 15% total of new searches starts to grow and grow and grow, that's where you start to win. And this is already a challenge today. I'll finish it on this point. A lot of people think about knowledge graphs and entities and the idea of things and data and structuring their information as a future-facing concept, as something that's to future-proof you. This information, this challenge, it's already here today. People are already going to search engines, finding information, trying to work out what to do and make decisions based on it. And they're not always getting it right. So there's two sides to this. There's a revenue opportunity for you and your business to get this right. But actually, this is where we as search marketers have a higher calling. This is where the future and integrity of the web really depends on what we do as search marketers now. So with that in mind, thank you for listening. I hope you guys found that interesting. That's the presentation element.
Thank you so much for that, Rick. That's awesome. Really, really awesome. I kind of want to just take it straight to you, Don and Duane. Just let's get some thoughts from that presentation. What's your main takeaways from that? We'll go Dawn first.
Well, there's still a huge opportunity out there, lots of gaps. I think we often think that search engines are further on than they actually are. As marketers, as users of a search engine, and they're nowhere near where they need to be to have full understanding. Obviously, we have things like BERT and we have machine learning coming through, but when it comes to actual precision and intent understanding, they're still a country mile away. And that's where, for instance, the likes of passage indexing and the search result diversification are really needed, because even if they fully understood everything about a query, they still don't understand. There's so many ways in which people can mean the same thing but say it in a different way, and that goes right the way back to the age-old vocabulary problem, and that's just human nature. So we phrase the same thing in different ways. So those are really big challenges, and there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I think everything that Don is saying is true. Obviously, Rick and we have conversations on this stuff all the time, so we're very tightly aligned on this. But if you look at the state of where we are with search today, right, and to Don's point, it's really easy to think, oh, everything is super advanced, it's very leading edge, that kind of scenario. And in some ways it is. For a machine to be able to pull a passage, a segment of a conversation off a page and know that that is the right answer for your question, that's pretty advanced level stuff. And yet, almost every query that you run, even branded queries where you've expressly stated what you want, have a level of ambiguity built into them that requires Google to then populate, people also asked, for things that are not related to the brand or are showing a competitor's brand. Because did you actually mean the brand, or were you using the brand to mean a product type? And Google doesn't know that on top. So it needs to ask the question to learn, to figure that out. And along the way, it's also using you and your input to train its machine learning systems to hopefully get smarter over time. So there's a massive amount to this. The core concept of a knowledge graph, I sincerely hope people adopt this and they understand it. SEOs, you absolutely have to understand what a knowledge graph is, how to build it, how to utilize it, and how the engines are using these things in the future. Because this is going to define search over our next decade. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah. And typically, with I think brands becoming such an important player in this space, and it's really coming out into more with like their knowledge graphs. When you're seeing like your brands not show up and be well understood, of course it's a long game. But what are the kinds of things that you start to look at to start thinking about tackling that? I will put it just to the panel.
Ambiguous. Well, basically, for me, if I'm working on a website and I see, for instance, that I have what I call forks, categorical forks, where one marketing team is dealing with a product range and they kind of have products that really should be in a different category in their section, you end up with dilution, and that can end up with ambiguity. I think the key is to constantly check for possible mixed signals, semantic mixed signals around what something could possibly mean. Like, is a plumber a heating engineer? What if the plumber also deals with boilers? Is he then a gas fitter? Is he a wet bathroom fitter? And so forth. And I know that space really well. So, and that's a problem we often see, where you end up with a heating engineer jumping above a gas fitter, jumping above a plumber, because a lot of especially in natural language, if you have people that want a quote for something, it'll tend to have a lot of crossover terminology that is confusing. So I think you have to step back, actually just put your very, very logical human head on and say, is it possible that these words could be connected and mixed up? And then try to do more division, try to reinforce with more semantic signals. And things like internal linking as well. Anchors are really powerful, just to send those extra reinforcements. Yeah.
Awesome. For me, this is really straightforward, guys. If you want to start in on building a knowledge graph, like start a spreadsheet, start putting products, services, SKUs, the founders of your business, the history, the list of URLs, any attribute or entity from your business, put it in there. Start building that resource out. Because as Dawn is saying, like, this stuff gets confusing. Like if we use the word engineer, what exactly do we mean by engineer? It means different things to different people. And to a local plumber who's being guided by a local SEO who doesn't really know what they're doing, the word engineer is just something I should rank for and maybe not applicable to the work they're doing. I just need the caulking replaced in my tub, in my shower. I don't need an engineer for that. I need a handy person for that. And yet you're optimizing for this, thinking somehow that's going to drive me to call you. And ultimately the search engine is looking at that going, but you're not an engineer, are you? So be clear, be very straightforward.
I know I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in, and Rick should probably speak here now. But
good.
But you know, engineer is such an ambiguous term anyway. One of my clients is in the IT recruitment space, and the whole IT recruitment space generally has changed a lot over the past few years. And really, developer now has the same name as an engineer. Everybody suddenly seems to call themselves an architect. You end up with architect's jobs coming through, but really it's an IT architect, then you've got a data architect. And somebody actually put a blog post out or a big massive tweet that said, hey, if you're confused and you're looking for a job in the IT space, this is what all the terminology means. They all mean the same. So if it's confusing for people looking for a job, how much more confusing is it for a search engine trying to understand these entities that they're trying to tear apart, if you like?
Well, and Dawn, this goes right back to your earlier point, right? Human nature, human language, and then let's just pick the English language, one of the most complex and hard to understand because
but the most widely used one.
Yeah. I mean, there's, people need to remember, as advanced as these systems are, they are still linear in their processing. As fast as they are, and as impressive as that speed is, it's not actually magic. What happens in our brains is magic. And there's still a gap there, right? So you doing this work helps fill that gap in.
For sure. And I think the thing we need to remember is that the web is just a reflection of the information that we put onto it. And ultimately, that's the data set that Google is using to, or search engine intelligence systems are using to learn about concepts that it thinks are the case or not. So if we put a lot of information out there that's super optimized because we think that, let's say in the context of engineer, that's the high value keyword that we just got to keep smashing in the page until we get to the point where, we can only, like, we're using it in every other word. Like, if every business is doing that, one, there's no competitive advantage to that, period. Two, we're telling Google that the thing that we are describing is this thing called an engineer, when we as humans call it a totally different thing. So then when the person searches the totally different thing, Google doesn't associate it to the thing that you've been like stuffing the hell out of, because it makes no sense. Like, that's not what people use. So it's a case of we're at the point where there are knowledge gaps, but like, if we fill it by training it with what we think people will search for, what we're missing was what people actually are looking for, and that's creating like this kind of knowledge gap squared type effect.
Well, it always comes back to you shall know a word by the company it keeps.
Yeah,
and well, we discussed this last week. That is a reflection of real life, because we talked about K-BERT. Very briefly touched on that, which is knowledge BERT, because what they've discovered as well in quite a lot of articles and literature out there is that, unsurprisingly, these vectors actually translate into the real world, and that's really not a surprise. That the word gas tends to go with plumber and boiler and fitter and in just general conversation and things. So the web and search volume and keywords, etc., are really just a reflection of life. So
exactly.
Yeah.
We've got 4 minutes, and I'm really kind of wondering what kind of question to ask in this kind of time. But I think maybe just like one little snippet takeaway for the future. And Bill Slasky's written a lot on this topic, but maybe like a little bit of a takeaway on personalized knowledge graphs. From just the panel.
Well, my takeaway would be, when it comes to SEO, build strong structures. Even if you don't go out and build a knowledge graph, make sure you always watch some videos on category theory for a start, and then you'll stand yourself in very good stead.
That's awesome.
I'll say this, guys. If you guys are still practicing SEO from 5 years ago, you need to update. You need to get up on these concepts, and you need to understand how the search engines are moving in a different direction to answering questions using intent modeling to understand where consumers will be on their journey. Google released about 3 months ago a white paper called The Messy Middle. Go read it. It will open your eyes as to exactly what the customer journey looks like today. Forget your models. You think your models are still good because you did them 18 months ago. Let me tell you, that's eons ago. You need to stay current, and current is complex. It is not straightforward.
Yeah, and I'm going to echo that point and say, ultimately, when we think about the world, we as marketers, and I do this, I've just started taking on paid as a remit. So we often think about things in terms of linear journeys, like starts here, ends here. It absolutely doesn't. All right. The way that you're going to keep connected to have that continuous conversation with your consumers that you're trying to attract to your website or people you're trying to engage is through making sure that your information is as readily accessible and clear as you possibly can. That is better than SEO, any kind of hack or tactic out there. Like that's the way that you need to, like, remember, it's an information retrieval system. Hence the information retrieval component is important.
Task-driven search. That's it. People have tasks to do. So you have to keep helping them. Micro tasks, major tasks, etc. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is a fantastic place to bookend it. We are woefully I would love to keep going with this, but of course, like that is our time for this session.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your time, Rick Rodriguez, Duane Forrester, and Don Anderson. How can people find you to keep the conversation going after this?
Twitter, Donnie Ando, mostly.
Twitter at Duane Forrester, or put me into a search engine. Give that a try. I'm easy to find.
Yeah, I'll also say Twitter at Rick Rodriguez _UK.
Yeah, phenomenal. Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So
Thanks,
we're now getting into the next presentation. We are now going back and looking at JavaScript, but with a different take. JavaScript SEO and dollhouses with the absolutely amazing Kristina Azarenko joining us here today with Ulrika Viberg and Vahan Petrosian. It is fantastic to have you guys here. I'm so stoked. How is everybody?
Well, personally, I'm good. I had some construction going on in my building today, so I kept my fingers crossed that they finished, and they have finished. It seems so. So I'm good.
Awesome. How are you going, Ulrika?
All good in Sweden as well. It's almost midnight here.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, super fun. And I followed the whole session today, and so good talks. Plenty of learnings everywhere.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. How about you, Vahan? How are you doing?
Well, not quite well. Sorry about that, because I found that I have a COVID. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How are you feeling? I mean, are you okay?
Not so well. So I have found that in one night, my lungs were affected by 40%.
Oh gosh!
Wow.
I was taken to the hospital, and immediate intensive therapy was assigned. So in 2 days, I did recover a lot. So you see me now here.
Wow. Rain, hail, shine, or COVID, Vahan will continue.
That's impressive. That's really impressive. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It just took 1 day, one night to affect 40% of lungs. I don't smoke. I don't have any health issues. So it was like instantaneous.
Right. Well, I think that's some sage advice to, social distance, wear your mask outside, and, and be responsible. Let's take that and let's now think about JavaScript. Kristina, I'd love you to be able to share your slides because I'm so excited, and also to see the dollhouses as well.
Yeah, just a few words. I watched most of the sessions today, and specifically Aleyda's session, and I really loved that. It really ties in really well with mine. And if you watched her session, you will see many things which are basically the same advice, which is amazing. And if you haven't, check this out. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
I think the whole time I was just triggered, being like, yes, oh God.
Right?
It's too real.
Right. Okay. Technical check. Do you see my slides?
Yes, can see the slides.
Amazing. That's expected behavior. Okay. I'm Kristina Azarenko, and I'm going to talk about JavaScript, SEO, and dollhouses. And some of you might be wondering why dollhouses, and you'll find out in a few seconds. So first of all, I'm an e-commerce and technical SEO consultant, and I help businesses thrive online. I have the SEO Challenge course for people who want to learn no BS SEO, and I'm also a quarantine dollhouses builder. So this is an example. This is a candle holder, which I really loved. I built it from, different parts, and it came to be really good. But then I placed it into a dollhouse, which is a good thing to do, right? Because the candle holder was for the dollhouse. But then the question is, where did the candle holder go? The dollhouse looks good, but the candle handle is not there, right? And there is the simple truth, which is applicable both to candle holders and to the websites. Even the best things in the world need the way to be found. And this is especially true for your website and page elements. If you want your website to be seen by people, to get traffic from Google, the pages of your website need to be found. And also the page elements, especially critical elements, they need to be crawled and indexed by Google as well. And don't let JavaScript ruin it, because it happens too often. And a sneak peek of what I'm going to cover today. First of all, bad examples about JavaScript SEO. Actually, I had 3 examples, but I had to cut this a little bit to make sure that I'll fit in the time. So there's going to be only 1 example, but my SlideShare presentation is going to have all 3 examples. So check it out afterwards. I'll share it on Twitter. Then I also share some theory, because you can't understand what's going on with JavaScript if you don't know theory at all. And I also show how to use JavaScript the right way, debug tools that you can start using right now, today, or that you have been using maybe, and also the summary. Everybody loves good summary, right? So why JavaScript is dangerous in the first place? I really loved this question that I accidentally found on Reddit, and here's some person is asking, after designing the website in React, and React.js is a framework, is a JavaScript framework, website traffic has dropped drastically. And this person is asking, what's the reason behind that? And I really love the first answer, because it was basically, man, you just replied yourself in your question. You used React.js. And when I say that, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you're using React.js or any other JavaScript framework, your website is going to lose traffic. It just means that if you don't have any SEO considerations in place, then you can be faced such a situation. This is my dog, by the way. So here is a bad example about JavaScript SEO. This is the website which was switched to React.js, and this is not the website from the Reddit thread. This is another website I did an audit for, and they didn't have any consideration of SEO. So as you can see, this is a section of the website, and they basically killed it completely. And everything is wrong with this example. First of all, URLs are not crawlable. Secondly, images were not crawlable. Title tags were the same for each and every page of the website. And as a result, as Google couldn't see the content, as Google couldn't differentiate the pages even by title tags because they were the same, Google canonicalized each and every page of the internal page of this website to the home page. So yeah, this company basically killed this website. And I'm going to show you how not to be like that. But first, some theory. Here is a quick overview of how Google, how the process of indexing works on the Google side. By the way, I linked the source of this image below the image, so you can go check it out afterwards. And there is also a video by Martin Split, who is really good at explaining such things. So it's hard to do this better than Martin Split, so go check out that video. But in general, in a nutshell, Google indexes the pages in two different waves. So first of all, it indexes the initial HTML, and then it goes back and indexes the rendered HTML. What you need to do to know about that is when you have lots of JavaScript, and especially more JavaScript than like normal HTML content, indexing of your pages can take longer than it should, right? And also a few things about JavaScript SEO that you need to really understand before we go further. First of all, Google doesn't interact with your content. It means that Google doesn't click your pages. Google doesn't click buttons, for example, doesn't click pop-ups, etc., etc. So it means that you don't need to rely on Google to take any actions on your website in order to see some of the content. Then Google doesn't scroll. So, for example, if you have an infinite scrolling page and it doesn't have any specific locations on this page, right? Google won't scroll it till the end. It won't see the content that you have there. So it's important to understand that Google doesn't scroll the pages. And also, Google doesn't see the content which is rendered only in a browser versus on a server. So if all the things, all the changes, all the pages are loaded just in a browser, not on a server, Google won't be able to see this content. Okay, so how do we use the JavaScript the right way so that this situation doesn't happen? And you don't burn money and you don't kill websites. It can basically be a statement of my today's presentation: don't kill websites. First of all, what you need to do is use href attribute for internal links. That's exactly what Aleyda was talking about before. This is a bad example. This is not how you need to do this. This is the code from the navigation of one website I just looked at. So here, as you can see, that the link is added with an on-click event with window.location.href. And basically, it doesn't follow web standards where you have an HTML attribute for href for a link, right? So don't add links using window.location, using on-click events, or using hash page URL, because it's basically not a separate URL. It's just the URL which shows the section on the page. Because these ways, for example, these ways to add links they expect that Google will interact with your content. And we already know that Google doesn't interact with your content. So here is a good example of how you need to do this, not for internal links only, not only for navigation. Well, navigation is the most critical part in this case, right? But in general on your website. Here is in the code, you will see that there is an href attribute, HTML attribute, and it has a link which Google can follow versus if it's just an on-click event, right? So this is the right way to add links to your website. The second thing, how to make sure that Google can actually see and index your JavaScript content is that, or content in general, you need to update the title tag, meta description, and main content when a new page is loaded. So you basically need to render pages on the server, not in a browser. And I already touched on this. Google doesn't see what's going on in a browser. It just sees what the server returns. Here's an example. So here is a category with with a specific title tag, and then there is a link to subcategory. And by the way, the link is using the href attribute, which is the right thing to do. We just discovered this. Yeah, when there is a category and then subcategory or a product page, it doesn't really matter. And everything, including the title tag, the main content on this page, is updated on the server, and then it showed to user versus just updated in a user's browser. And the third thing that you need to understand when it comes to JavaScript SEO is that you need to make sure that rendered HTML has all main information. And when I say rendered HTML, it basically means that there is a source code and there is plus JavaScript and CSS applied. Because if you're checking just the source code to make sure that to check if if Google picks up the information on your website, you can be surprised because some things can be changed by JavaScript in the process. And in a few minutes, I'll show you such an example. But you just need to bear in mind that you need to check rendered HTML versus just source code. Just checking source code is not enough. So your rendered HTML should have the right title tag and meta description. You should also have the right canonical tag and meta robust tags, and also have the text and media content, especially main text and main media content, and structured data. With structured data, I really loved Martha's presentation at the beginning. When you have structured data on your website, it's basically for Google. It's not for somebody else. It's basically for Google. So you need to make sure that the structured data is also available in your rendered HTML. And how do you check that? Okay, Kristina, amazing. This should be available. But how do you check that? So here are some of the tools that I'm using to do that. First of all, this is a web developer Chrome extension, and I really love using it because it gives me a good idea how much a website is relying on JavaScript. What I do in this case, I just disable JavaScript and see how the page looks like with JavaScript disabled. And on the top, you see a screenshot of a page. It's actually a blank page with this text. You need to enable JavaScript to run this app. And this is not an app, this is a website. So something is clearly wrong here. Because it's not just some JavaScript content, it just means that the website relies on JavaScript entirely. And the funny thing is that Google even picks up this text in the meta description. So first of all, I check how much the website is relying on JavaScript. And then the next tool that I really love is Google Mobile Friendly Test or Rich Results Tool Test. For these particular purposes of checking mobile rendered HTML, and this is important, you need to check mobile rendered HTML versus desktop because of mobile first indexing. So these tools are the same for the purposes of checking mobile rendered HTML. And when you check a page, you can see a screenshot of a page and HTML. So basically raw HTML that Google sees. If you want to check if any part of the content is available for Google to see, you can check this raw HTML and just Ctrl+F and find this content. These are great tools if you don't have access to Google Search Console, but if you do have access to it, you can use the URL inspection tool inside of Google Search Console for the same purposes. You can see the screenshot and you can see rendered HTML. One more tool that I really love is View Rendered HTML Source Chrome extension. What it does, it has 3 columns, and in the first column there is oh my god, source for so much code. So there is just a page source, and then in the second is rendered HTML, and make sure again that you're looking at mobile rendered HTML. And in the last column, there is the difference between rendered HTML versus page source. And the green, it means that this text is added, and red means that the text is removed. This is a really, really valuable tool. Check it out. And the next tool is basically the same, but it's more user-friendly. So if you're intimidated by the code, if you don't want to look at the code too much, then there is the tool that can help you with that. it shows, in this example, it shows that, for example, for the page that I was checking, there were different title tags, different canonical tags in the page source and rendered HTML. Here is an example. So the title tag in the original source code was 1, and then it was changed with JavaScript, and the canonical tag as well. In this case, the title tag and rendered and canonical tags look better than in the original source. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend relying on JavaScript execution for such important things. Okay, so when it comes to JavaScript, mission is definitely possible. And this is a screen from my favorite video with Jamie Ulrika. She's going to be next, so don't leave and stay till the end. And Martin Split from Google. And Jamie is asking, is JavaScript the devil? And no, the spoiler, no, it's not the devil. And it's totally possible to make JavaScript work for your website. Here's the summary. I don't have time now to go through the summary, but it's going to be on SlideShare, so you'll check it out. It's basically everything that I was talking about today. And last but not least, instead of creating huge doll houses and having candle holders lost there, I just started creating really small corners so that everything can be crawled by human's eye. Thank you so much. And now we'll go to the questions.
Woo! That was awesome. Thank you so much for that. Really, really great actionable advice in there. So Ulrika, you're an agency owner, and Vahan, you work with Search Engine Journal. What's been your experience with JavaScript? I'll maybe start with you, Ulrika.
Actually, so I have a few clients who are doing JavaScript sites this year, and I've migrated a few of them. And yeah, I think I'm
happy joy.
Website number 7 or something. Yeah, it's a hassle. Still, it's like when you get into it, it's not too hard to learn. Like it's a lot, but as soon as you understand it and understand how it works, much of it is just like straightforward. As you say, don't use events, pretty much, and make sure that everything is rendered.
Awesome. And Vahan, Search Engine Journal, my gosh, it's an absolute authority. What's been your experience with JavaScript?
Well, so a time ago, when we run certain type of ads, we have that are inserted by JavaScript in the content. And you can find under the featured image, there is a large block of the ads, a text ad, and in the middle of the post. So before rolling out core web vitals, those blocks didn't cause much issues. They were, when JavaScript indexing was rolled out, Google started to index those text in the ads as a part of content. So what I did is inserted them in the iframe and had in the iframe HTML the tag of no index. So that helps me to avoid those odd blocks being indexed by Google. Why do we do this type of ads versus like running Google Ad Manager or any kind of like ad servers? Because we are able to avoid ad blockers. So yeah, it's a trick. And another issue is not to cause by inserting JavaScript the CLS issue. Like if you insert certain block of text or image, whatever else, in the content by the JavaScript, for example, we do that with the large banners almost on the top of the page. So they cause like the content go down, right? So what I do, allocating certain space by CSS with the exact image I'm going to insert. So when image loads, it just fades in the space allocated. So that is something to remember. The JavaScript can cause TLS issues.
Yeah, awesome. I'll take this next question to you, Ulrika. So Drew Malia asks, as SEOs, what do we need to know about specific JavaScript frameworks?
So I guess that you need to know which ones are out there and what they do and what kind of rendering techniques they use in order to talk to your developers and actually put the right requirements, because they use different rendering techniques, and some of client-side rendering techniques are used. Well, you have to be very aware of them and what happens, and then what happens with the server-side rendered pages and with the pre-rendered pages, and then there's isomorphic and etc. So you need to actually to know which technique are they using for your specific website to create the right requirements, but also to have a better communication with the client or the organization if you work in-house, and have the better talk with the developers. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be pushed aside and not understanding what's happening, and we don't want that. And you're going to be asked to recommend things, and you need to know what to recommend then. It's the short answer.
Yeah, fair enough.
Kristina, one thing to remember.
Yes, there you go.
So just want to add something. Googlebot doesn't run service worker. So if you insert some content, do something with service worker, it will not be indexed.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. Kristina, I'll have this question go to you. When sort of you've just onboarded a client and you're going through and you've done conducting your technical audit, is that at the very, very start you sort of assess whether there's JavaScript elements on the page that isn't completely going through and being rendered, or is this sort of at a point of migration? What point do you sort of go and assess at scale this type of issue?
Yeah, so I'd say that it's not only when migrating, it's for any audit of the page, audit of the website, because how Google sees the website, how Google perceives, which content can Google index actually is really important for any website and for any type of work on any stage of the website lifecycle, not only during the migration 100%. So it's the foundation of any audit should be, can Google access the website? Can Google crawl it? Can Google index it? And can Google see the main content on the website? That's basically the foundation, which should be checked in any case, no matter what you're doing for the client, no matter whether you're migrating or you just migrated. Yeah.
Yeah. You shared some really, really great tools. I think.
Oops, you muted.
Yeah, sorry if I mute the laptop. The USB port kind of just messes up a little bit. I use my arm to talk. Assessing JavaScript at large. Because the tools that you shared are are phenomenal and great, and I use a large amount of them, not all of them. I'll have to check them out, but. I don't know about you, but I use Screaming Frog to be able to have a look at this at scale. Screaming Frog is a fantastic feature where in the spider, you can go and look at the tab at rendering and then actually look at the Ajax timeout. And you can put that to 5 seconds because, as you mentioned before with Martin Split, 5 seconds, after which they'll kind of block those resources. So you're wanting to be able to get a good preview as to what's actually, being shown on the screen. Is there any that's kind of how I look at doing that. Do you sort of go through in piecemeal and look at different pages across the site, or what's your methodology?
Yeah, personally, me, I try to work with templates because, for example, if I'm doing an audit for an e-commerce website and it has thousands of pages, I wouldn't necessarily go to each of the product page and check it. I'll work with templates. So I usually identify the main templates that there are on the website, like product page, category page, subcategories, landing pages, static pages, and all this stuff, and then go from there.
Oh wow, okay. Just so kind of like, you know, keep that going. So when you're saying like the template pages, do you mean like looking at the source code of the web page and you know, just sort of what you're looking at and seeing like what's the fetch content is? Or are you actually going into like, you know, the CMS and having a look at that?
Yeah, so I'm using, don't look the source code because, as I said, it's not always a good idea because JavaScript can change something. But yeah, as you said, I'm using Screaming Frog as well, and the tools that I showed during the presentation. Yeah, I think Vahan and Ulrika might have some other ideas because I believe that I'm just repeating myself.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll take it to you guys.
I've had a lot of use of using the ngrok to open up a funnel through to my dev sites to the mobile testing tool so that I can see with the rendered page, but if the dev site is behind either IP address blocking or it's not indexed or it has a no index or blocking the robust txt for etc., then you can get the actual rendered content in these testing tools, or many of them. Of course, it's Screaming Frog, but so that's actually what I do, and the developers love it as well and play around with it.
Yeah, awesome. Last from you, Vahan, like what's your methodology?
So I'm first of all looking at the view source HTML. Recently, I was asked to audit one website which has implemented lazy loading, but the issue was they had in the original HTML, which is rendered by server, the src attribute of the image, the full image path, which means the browser starts compiling and loading all the images. But by JavaScript, they loaded that images again, so they had lazy loading. You know? But looking by the view source and page, had me identified they had that issue of having src attribute original full path. When I asked them to implement true lazy loading, the funny thing did happen. They removed src attribute, they inserted data src attribute, and no src attribute of placeholder at all. But if you look at it in the inspect element, by JavaScript, the src attribute is added, right? But Google does see image without any src attribute, it's an error, you know? So I'm starting from the view source of the raw HTML, how it is rendered.
Yeah, awesome. I think that's a really, really great place to bookmark this. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. And Vahan, I sincerely hope that you feel better soon. Thank you so much to Kristina Azarenko. As always, where can people find you? There we go. We've got it on Twitter. So if you want to ask them any questions, please go and find them on Twitter. Ask them all of your really brilliant questions. And I think that is a great way to segue to the next session. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
And of course, for the
Hey, Nick, you're muted.
Dang, I just didn't notice that. Thank you so much, Jamie. We are joined here with Jamie Berkel and Kevin Indig and Jeff Coyle because we will be getting into leveraging insights with your site's server logs. How are you guys doing? I'll point to you, whoever's off mute.
That's such a relative question. Like, what is good right now?
We are so deep in COVID. We're like, how does one define good? Like, let's break that down. Well, of course, like I think it all goes without saying, you know, all three of these fantastic people are absolute titans in the SEO space, and I follow them on Twitter, so it's great to really meet you for the first time, Jamie, and you, Jeff. All right, and of course, like we've spoken before with Kevin. I would love to start getting into it with leveraging insights and server logs. If you're ready to start going, Jamie?
I think we can do that, guys. How do you feel? Can I get a nod? All right, let's do this.
Brilliant.
All right, we are going to play crash course version of Let's Talk Some Server Logs. Wonderful. Thank you guys, first off, for being here. I know you had to move from the couch to maybe somewhere where the outlet was closer and, you know, put on really comfy yoga pants. So it's a good day. You're here. I appreciate you. And ultimately, you're probably here because we all have a mutual goal for my cat to conference phone. Our goal here is to be crawled, indexed, and ranked. Every single one of us. We're looking for a way to really answer all these questions in one go. What pages are Googlebot crawling? What user agent is it using? Does that crawl match how I expect my site to exist? And overall, how healthy is my site? I mean, Googlebot really wants to be a good citizen of the web. That's really just a CYA, but hey, here we are. So logs, they are the beautiful secret to unlocking every request made on a server and every answer given. We have that crawl stats report and search console, master, web central, whatever we rebranded to today. And that doesn't actually give us much information. It's a weird line chart. It doesn't tell us what's being crawled, if it returned good things, bad things, and different things. He's refusing to leave this one. He wants to be web famous. You know, if we look at even how the webmasters approach this, you're best served to not go ahead and play guessing games when you have sources of real information. There is no need to trust strangers like myself on the internet. We have better options. Step one to get into our better options is we have to get all of these logs. And it's important that we note that you need a big enough picture to understand what's going on here. And they come from many places in your stack. If you have Akamai in place, if you have Cloudflare, if you have load balancers, multiple web servers, each one has its own Dear Diary. They don't share a mutual place, and this is where aggregating that data comes together. If we have a lot of hits on our edge notes because we love CDNs, they are very effective, they improve our performance. We want to make sure we have enough data to make an informed choice. If Googlebot's primarily hitting these cached edge notes, you can see this by checking in your CDN and looking at cached versus uncached hits. You probably want to aggregate logs from that location. When you do ask for your logs, you need to be very specific. Let's play monkey's paw. We need to be down to the devil's details. Start with the basics. Is there already a log management system in place? If you're working in-house somewhere, this is not going to be entirely new territory. It's someone's job to make sure those logs are healthy and happy. This is a great time to make an ally. When we ask them for information, be very clear about what we're asking for. No PII. Don't put that in there. It'll make everybody have a bad day. And also be specific. If you were exporting into any number of tools we're going to talk about, CSV, a raw log file format, is a bit tricky to read for anyone. If you're doing the DIY angle, there's a whole bunch of documentation here. These slides, I believe, will be shared out. If not, I'll share them out, and they have links in here for how to do this for yourself. We can also just go with our standard WordPress instance. So if we have a lovely hosted on Bluehost, GoDaddy, any of those bad boys, we can go into our cPanel and search for logs. You'll find them under the raw access, and you can export them. When you get them, they look a little bit chaotic, which takes us to our next step in this really fun journey. We need to translate these from insane bot speak into meaningful words for humans. So many ways to do this. I know there's a lot of people out there going, but wait, how do I exactly do that? It depends. Each one of these, whether you have log screen from different places, a single place, they all have different unique ways of setups. There's links in here, some freemium options, some masochistic options. I don't know why it's 2020 and you're going for the command line, but you do you, boo. You seem very confident today. We always want to go for whatever functionality is in place. Again, you're not making a wheel. A wheel has existed before you, and perhaps you are best served to borrow the existing car than you are to try and build a wheel yourself. Now that we've got all these in one place, remember, people on the internet lie, and we need to validate the requests from Googlebot are actually Googlebot. A couple of ways to do this. First off, masochistic. You can manually check these up. They mostly all have the same C block, which is kind of nice. Google doesn't really have bad neighbors. They do that Zuckerberg thing where they buy like the 3 mansions around them for privacy. Yeah. We could also do a bulk validation with scripts. There's a bunch of these out there on GitHub. I personally like these guys. Links to it in the deck. Or we can use a tool. If you have a lot of logs, self-love may look like getting the tool. Now that these are all together, we can finally get to why we came here. We can parse, we can ask questions, and we can learn very cool things. First caveat, logs are different for every site. The information captured is going to vary. There's engineers in play who've already made their bread and butter monitoring these logs. Sit down, make a friend, ask questions. Before you assume what a value is, get the clear definition of what a value is. All right, let's unlock this data, eat goodness. Ultimately, 6 lines unlock everything for you. Data source, where we're getting from, condition, who we're looking at, segments, how we break it out, grouping, how we put it back together, sorting, because sometimes there's thousands of lines and self-love looks like just going, give me the most first, and limit, which is how you keep access to the logs. You make very expensive queries, they cost very expensive monies, or possibly take down a server. You don't want that. You just got access to these. Let's love ourselves and the DevOps team. Use cases and queries. So we're going to play a game here where it's often easiest to learn by being a little bit hands-on. So we'll give you a use case, something that you probably need to solve or you can relate to, and then the query and how to go ahead and get that going. Remember, these queries are going to be more broken out into what those 6 conditions are than they will into here's how you write it in BigQuery and in JP and in every other language that you could possibly learn, because I'm too busy for that and I hope you are too. Let's start. First, very basic query. We have legacy code, an outdated e-commerce platform being dragged, kicking and screaming into the 2020 mobile-only index. If you're not already in mobile index, it's probably because you have a beast of a site that takes a long time. There's a lot of blind spots to it. So to make this query, we're going to have our data source as the aggregated server logs. Our condition is where the requester is for realsies, Googlebot. We're going to group it by that user agent because we know Googlebot has different variations, and sort it by the number of hits. Let's keep that limit. Anytime you build a query, when you do that first go, start with 10. You can iterate out. Sometimes, most of the time for me, I learned that I wanted to tweak something anyways. So keep your costs low, start with 10, iterate until you have the exact query you want to roll with. Next up, a use case where we're going to do some grouping. Google chose a different canonical. No SEO likes to see this one. Because wait a minute, that's my content. I published that. Who? Not even going to tell me who says they have it? What? It's a frustrating one because you don't get a lot of detail. You've got to do a lot of manual digging. Most of the time, in my experiences, the calls were coming from inside the house. That's right. There is a unchecked load balance or CDN, something public facing and accessible to Googlebot that's going, nah, it's mine. This is mine now. So for this query, again, I'm going to go for those aggregated logs. Make sure the OG Googlebot is there. I'm going to group by host name. So the name of the domain responding and count by those hits. And you can find some very interesting things, especially when you go, I never told Googlebot to find them. Guys, we know this already. If they can get in, they will. They're sneaky little creatures. Again, limit by 10. Share this information out. Next, we're going to query with some creative segments. Many of you have probably gone into internationalization lately. I know a lot of e-commerce sites are really spreading those wings, especially as brick and mortar locations for stores are unavailable at this time. So if you're launching content in a new language, you probably want to make sure it's being discovered. We're going to play with segmentation here as a creative thinking pattern matching game. As above, so below. As you know and understand the infrastructure on your site, including the URL structure, so should it be reflected in the logs? And we can leverage that. We have a happy path where we can just use a consistent URL structure and only get data on those hits. Plan B, we can get a little bit more crafty here. So our HTTP response headers, which I'm sure we all know and love by now because they're very important. They're the first thing that Googlebot sees. We can pass over in that content language. If the information is passed by the server, it can be recorded in server logs. It might take a dev ticket to get in, but it's a pretty small one compared to a lot of other lifts you'd have. Once we have that, we're going to take those aggregated logs, where Googlebot, group by language, sort by hits, limit with 10. And we find our content is working well, it's being parsed, we have a good time. If we don't, then we maybe need to go in and do a little bit deeper dive. But if you have a very large site, sometimes you just need sanity checks. You need to know in the giant landscape of your enterprise platform, where is something afoot? And if you spend all your time just walking through the weeds, you're not going to see that. So good high-level skydives. Next one, we're going to query with some parse segments. And our use case here is low index coverage. So you submitted 1 million pages, 300,000 have been indexed. Something probably unhealthy going on here. So we can build segments on the fly by parsing out that URL structure. If we have that beautiful scenario where we've consistently used it, we can go ahead and make some regex statements to go, hey, this section right here counts as my app, or this section counts as my language. And then when we pull those guys out, we can see where those resources are being spent. Googlebot's not crawling you to be a good guy. It wants something in return. It wants to find valuable, indexable, consistently there content. If it's spending most of its budget crawling an API, should it be? It's a good place to check out that crawl budget and find out where you might have some leaky spots in the ship. Now we're going to try parsing those segments and adding in some conditions. This is a really common one. I personally don't love that crawl stats page because I used to just get a lot of emails with screenshots. And I'm like, that line is so relative. You have this up down is what is good. But I used to get a lot of these where it was like, this changed suddenly. And usually, honestly, changing suddenly probably indicates something is afoot. Googlebot is going to cover its ass. It's designed to be a good citizen of the web. Ultimately, that means legal told us that if we accidentally take down your servers, you will sue us. And that's a reasonable thing, because would you really let a search engine who was running amok through your site and taking down your servers keep crawling your site? No, it's a trade-off. So starting query, we're going to iterate out on this one. Again, start small. Start with the basic of what you know, build out from it. You don't need to hop into it as mass complex as can be in the first go. Chances are you might actually miss something if you do it that way. So let's look at those aggregated logs, where Googlebot, count by the status, and sort by the number of hits. In this scenario, hey, you know what? It looks like most of this is pretty healthy. Something doesn't quite seem right. Well, we have to also remember that if we've got critical resources for rendering, such as scripts, JavaScript, CSS, and those bad boys aren't functioning, then we have a bigger problem. So let's iterate out. Let's look at where Googlebot and where that response code was a 500. Let's go ahead and try and parse that by a subfolder and count by hits. This is a zoom in. This was a real life instance I had to troubleshoot while in-house for a crew. We had this big old spike of 500 specifically for this Ajax endpoint, and that was a very critical endpoint in rendering the page's content. So that's then Flux was our source. By finding this, fixing it, was able to turn that back around quite quickly. Now we're going to go to advanced use cases. So if my gloss over of there's so many ways to get these logs and read them wasn't enough, now I'm about to just tell you there's so many ways to blend in your data. Some tools do it. Deep Crawl has the ability for you to blend analytics, Search Console, crawl data, a couple other pieces. I haven't played with SEM rushes yet, but I hear you guys have it as well. There's some freemium tools you could get creative and start playing with. Very cool big Data Studio connectors, BigQuery. However you choose to blend, we'll play happy trees. Make your trees the happiest they can be. Here's what you can do when you make them. We can find out about non-indexable pages with bot hits. If we're really looking at how Google's investing in our site, and we're finding that it's spending most of its efforts on things that it can't return into search, then it's not viewing that ROI positively either. We could look at things like indexable pages without bot hits. If page is indexable in the forest, but no bot ever hits it, does it make a sound? No, it doesn't. You need that to be crawled. Combine these two together, we can get a better idea on maybe where there's some information architecture issues, where we could better interlink, perhaps where the execution of those links is lacking. Remember, kids, that bot needs an A and an href value to go ahead and find that link. When we look overall at our crawls by indexability, we can find some very, very useful things. This is, places where you come back and go, why do we have so many things that aren't actually valuable? Or how do we keep them away from a very, very crafty bot? And that bot is quite crafty. We can check our sitemaps. Sitemaps are my favorite. I love them, guys. They are one of the best diagnostic tools you can have because you can find out, did you have categories that weren't being indexed properly? Perhaps you segmented out categories, products, your blog pages, and you can find out what type, because usually it follows a behavior pattern. But if your sitemap just is deemed untrustworthy, then Googlebot's not going to trust it. It's not going to waste that effort into crawling your sitemap. So let's look and see, how many pages in our sitemap are being hit, have never been hit. Really good information for us. Perhaps we can tighten it up where that information is not valuable. Maybe we have a rogue configuration that's dynamically generating so many duplicate pages. No one wants them. I don't want them in search. Googlebot doesn't want to put them in search. You don't want to click them either. One of my favorite advanced use cases here, if you have a site that's dynamically generating category pages and you run out of products, you're probably returning that, sorry, nothing matches your results. If you have a blended data source that lets you perhaps combine crawl and know where that H1 or whatever is appearing, you can find out how many times Googlebot's hitting those when there's no products in them. I'm not going to give you an answer on how to fix that one because that's why you're employed. But this is a really good use case study, particularly when you have a large site, you get a lot of products, they move quickly. Sanity saver. It's chaos out there right now. Thank you so much for coming and joining me on the crew today. We're going to have some awesome conversations now and a bit of a round table. If you liked this or you didn't like it and you're tired of seeing me speak, I would love to be your mentor. Come check out United Search. We're trying to bring more diversity out there. Stay awesome. Let's talk logs.
Oh my gosh. That was really, really enjoyable. I love that. The whole time, and I hope you see this as a flattering comment, as I meaningfully intended to be. But I feel like you're like the Aubrey Plaza of SEO.
I mean, my kimono is velvet and has bats.
Awesome.
So,
she's ensconced in velvet, people. Oh my god, I love that. All my questions that I put in the chat are all mine because I'm fascinated with log files. I think that they're the realest you can be. You're as close to what's happening to sites, and I'm so happy that we get some time to talk about this. So I'm just going to go dive into there with questions. Jamie, Kevin, Jeff, whoever wants to answer them, jump in, because I think all the questions are mine. So I'll start off. The software often requires logs to be in a certain structure and char set. How do you tackle that with really large file sizes? Just raise your hand. Just get in there.
You put that in acceptance criteria for when you export it. Like if it's a character set UTF-8, just simply say, I need a CSV in UTF-8. And when it comes to mapping the values to what's required in the log files, a lot of the tools have that already. Otherwise, you could do some manual scrubbing. At that point, I would say go look up some of Hamlet's Python workbooks. That'll help you scrub those, keep your sanity.
Hamlet's Batista is amazing. And he's got a lot of great resources on that. Yeah, really, really great advice. Well, this one might be a really good one for all, for all three. Getting log files can be a really difficult and lengthy process for what you mentioned before, like with a lot of legal reasons. Like when do you decide to push to have a log file analysis conducted for your site? Like when is like, yeah, we need this?
Well, I think there's two ways to think about that. One would be, are you going to have to make a business case? Are you in a large, slow-moving organization? And I think many of Jamie's comments would get you to a point where you have a clear business case. I think you've got to make that clear business case. You got to know how long they're storing.
Yeah.
How long are they storing that stuff? And the things that maybe the team members were involved in building are getting out. Did they build the product that was those templated pages? Did they build? And you want to make sure all of them get into Google. So making the business case based on who the team is and how long they can keep the files, I think is very important. Most of these folks aren't storing data. You got to make the case for mass long-term storage because you want to be monitoring this stuff over time. I want to see the pages whose response codes change over time. Those are the weird ones, the weird outside cases. I want to see how many of these pages with parameters, which are garbage parameters, are eating up my crawl time. So you make that case for the team who's going to store those things. Allow a lot.
Kevin, what's your take?
I think one of the best. Yeah, I think one of the best situations to be in is to have access to the source. So I would really fight to either get access to Splunk or raw server logs or whatever is used to measure, store, and collect them, and be able to export it yourself, right? Like often you don't need any write access to any tools or anything else. Like read access is fine. And by the way, learning some of that language, whether it's SQL or whatever you have, is also a really good opportunity, or it's just generally good to have. So I think I had that pushback as well earlier on in my career when I was in a house, but then usually when you poke a little bit and try to understand why there is pushback, there's not a lot of substance. So I personally don't see a big reason why an SEO should not
because
have
they don't limit their
access to
searches.
server log files and be able to export them. Exactly, search around as well. But you can negotiate and play with that, right? So okay, what if we just do one data dump a month, right? Or what if we find some other limitation? But I think it's crucial, and I agree with Jeff. There should be some sort of a business case, and then at the same time, I hardly ever faced a situation where there was not a good reason to look into server log files. I think there's so much gold to be found in there. It's almost like a never-ending work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one big one that I've used consistently is I want to reconcile my analytics. I want to reconcile my paid campaign traffic that we're spending hard-earned dollars on. I want to make sure that they're connected to the traffic we're actually getting, or maybe competitors, maybe doing malicious things. You can think of something internally that makes the case, but all those things can be validated with server log analysis. It's you have to have it. It has to be always on for most organizations of any size.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Always on for most organizations of any size, which I think is a really good segue into my next question. Like, how do you deal with clients who just kind of come back and say, like, well, we either don't store it, we don't have it, or we just we'll get rid of it daily or hourly. Like, what is, I guess, like the minimum kind of size and retainment time that's considered meaningful analyze. Again, I'll just put it out to the panel.
I think if you don't mind me jumping ahead there, I think any kind of time range is meaningful, right? Like if you don't store any server log files, then you don't store them, right? But even say you just have a full day of server log files, you can even look at discrepancies within that, right? And I think it comes back to what is actually, how do you actually use server log files for an SEO background or to drive organic traffic? Jeff has a more holistic view, right? He looks at PPC campaigns as well. I wanted to highlight an SEO view where I noticed a strong relationship between good backlinks and server log files. But what's even more interesting is that you can look at which segments, as Jamie mentioned, or which subfolders are more or less crawled or have a higher or lower crawl frequency against the average. And why could that be? Like, can you find any correlations? Can you find any problems? Can you find any crawl traps where Google gets lost or starts or leaves, And then, of course, optimally, you would have a way to compare that over time, right? Like maybe even if it's just a week over week comparison or day over day, in best case, you can compare log files or crawl frequency on a yearly basis, but you can really slice and dice the data to a high degree, and then from there make more assumptions and come up with more theories of why that is the case. Now, like what I observed is that it's not always necessarily bad or good when you have a higher or lower crawl frequency. Google adjusts that.
Wait, you mean that line chart doesn't mean anything?
No, it can be meaning, but it's easy to jump to conclusions, right? Like, oh my gosh, my crawl frequency is increasing. What's going on here? Can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. Depends on the context, right? I noticed this, for example, before Google rolls out certain algorithm updates and wants to get a fresh understanding of my content. Or sometimes crawl frequency drops abruptly after launching some internal linking module, and then there's some other issue that comes up. So it's, in my mind, it's a good tool to start making more assumptions and start exploring what an issue could be, right? It's not enough to just stop at the server log files, but that's why I think there's already value, even if you just have a 24 hours log file set, to look into it and see if you can find anything.
Yeah, I think it's great to plan for those forensic audits after you have the success of a project. Like if you conduct an internal linking improvement project, maybe using techniques by some folks on this panel, and you update that site and you see the outcome, you can go back and say, hey, these logs validate some of these things actually worked. The increase in frequency led to these pages who then got more traffic. So I think it's great as a kind of forensic audit, and I think you frame it that way, and that you're going to have that over time value. Then they're going to want to keep those logs over time because you're going to have shown the win.
I mean, break it down to absolute basics. Googlebot's not this eldritch being that we think is lurking around, scuttling through the site in the nights. It's code. It runs in an order. It crawls, it renders, it indexes, it ranks. If we're missing the crawl, we can't get the rank.
And it calculates node values across each link that it crawls, and it calculates the node value on each side. So you can actually, over time, really, really get into some details about how the actions you've taken have influenced that code that Jamie just mentioned.
Yeah.
You muted yourself again. Come back.
I know. It's the wild gestures. Yeah, I'm too emphatic. I think this is going to be a really last question. Just end it off with Tiago Goncalves. I'm sorry. I'm just going to blame the Australianism for not being able to pronounce anything. But Tiago asks, and I really want everyone just to kind of put their 2 cents in here. What are the most common mistakes that you guys see? In terms of with crawling anomalies when you're looking at log file analysis, just your general thoughts and feelings there.
Server parity, especially in enterprise, that game of it works on my machine. Are all the servers behaving the same? I used to have this one server in my US West load balancer that was like, I'm not doing AMP. You can't make me consistently. So knowing which server was like, you're not my real mom, was very helpful.
That's awesome.
Jamie covered my 3. It's canonical issues, it's robots.txt misuse, and it's management of directives. So, meta robots directives are, those are the things you want to validate and make sure you're straight up on. And if anything's out of whack, those are instant wins.
100%.
Yeah. For me, some of the biggest mistakes you can make is to not validate that. First of all, not to trim log files down to Google bots if you want to look for the SEO perspective, and then also not verify that it's actually Google bot. As Jamie mentioned, there could be different IPs and it could be spoofed. Then I think one of the best use cases is just find issues with your site architecture, or better said, internal linking architecture. Find changes in how Googlebot looks at your site over time, which could lead to content issues, for example, and get a better understanding of how changes you make to your site over time could be perceived by Googlebot, potentially by spending less time on your site or more. And again, whether that's good or bad, TBD, it depends.
Wow, what a fantastic place to bookend 5 hours of technical SEO. Thank you so much, Jamie. That was phenomenal, and just tickled me in all the right places. Thank you so much, Kevin and Jeff, for your time, guys. If you're still here, congratulations. I think we're all really excited to either get straight into go at it and see what we can do and take all these actual bits and pieces of advice and apply it, or wake up tomorrow with a fresh perspective on how we consider technical SEO. Guys, this is how you find all these fantastic people. Please go and follow them on Twitter. I follow them on Twitter, and they're always offering some fantastic advice. And you can always ask them any questions. I'm right with that. I'm assuming. Yes, bother them on Twitter. Thank you so much. And of course, we're here with SEMrush, 5 hours of technical SEO. Please subscribe to this channel. Please hit the little like thing so that more people can be able to find this, access all this brilliant information, and be able to find all of our SEO and PPC savants here who are offering their expertise. So yeah, hit the notification bell also, so you'll find new videos as they arise. Thank you so much, guys. I really, really appreciate all your time. Woo, we did it.